Chapter 1854. Dong Guangyi was stunned. Chu Li smiled and lightly clapped his palms together. Dong Guangyi did not care and continued to meet the attack with his palms. Bang! Dong Guangyi was instantly sent flying. He used his original inner energy to meet the attack and naturally suffered a loss. Chu Li's palm energy had doubled this time and could unleash 15 times the power of his inner energy. Chu Li's cultivation level was already very high, and it showed how powerful the second level of the Supreme Vajra Palm was. Dong Guangyi spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and stared at Chu Li in shock. Chu Li sneered. Let's see if you can still be proud this time. Bang, 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 bang. After he attacked, the Supreme Vajra Palm advanced even faster and brought him to his opponent like a stream of light. There was no way to avoid it, and it hit Dong Guangyi's body. Dong Guangyi flew around in the air, but no longer spat out blood. Instead, he smiled. Chu Li's expression gradually turned gloomy. How could he not break through his defense? The Black Tortoise power did not have such a powerful defense. Dong Guangyi's defense had already surpassed the supreme, indestructible body of Diamond. This was indeed abnormal. It was not the Black Tortoise power, but another mysterious technique to protect himself. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! Dong Guangyi laughed in the air. Chu Li frowned and stared at him, but continued to attack. If this continued, you might be able to master the third level of the Supreme Vajra Palm. When that time came, he did not believe that Dong Guangyi would be able to block it. Dong Guangyi laughed heartily and said, "Do you think you can beat me after your martial arts have improved greatly? Ha! Ha ha! I'm sorry to disappoint you, ha!" He laughed proudly and ignored Chu Li's palms on his chest. Chu Li asked coldly, "What martial arts is this?" "This is the magical effect of the Black Tortoise Shield." Dong Guangyi smiled. "The Black Tortoise Shield has an inheritance, the Black Tortoise Shield power." "How is it? Does it look good to you?" "The Black Tortoise Shield power." Chu Li gritted his teeth. This guy's luck was so good that it made people envious. Dong Guangyi laughed heartily. When a mysterious tortoise shield is combined with a mysterious tortoise shield, its power is multiplied. Last time, I couldn't master the mysterious tortoise shield and lost to you, Chu Li. I became courageous after knowing my shame and went into isolated cultivation. In the end, I managed to master it in one go. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Chu Li. Chu Li said coldly. "You're welcome. I have to thank you." Dong Guangyi laughed heartily and said, "If it wasn't for your provocation, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate this divine art, and I wouldn't have been able to snatch your throne as the world's #1. It's too early to say that," Chu Li said coldly. Both of his palms continued to strike out, and each strike had 15 times the strength of his body. However, such a terrifying palm force could not break through Dong Guangyi's defense. There was a strange layer of energy around Dong Guangyi's body that silently canceled out the palm force. Chu Li felt that this layer of power must have originated from the Black Tortoise Shield. "Chu Li, you still want to win?" Dong Guangyi shook his head and laughed. "I really admire your tenacity. It is indeed not by luck that you can become the world's #1. It is a pity that you lost to luck. I am not as tenacious as you, nor am I as hard-working as you are. It is all thanks to luck that I can suppress you." Chu Li said, "Luck can't last forever. You have to be careful. Haha, don't worry. As long as you become the world's #1, no one will dare to provoke you. You don't need to be too lucky." Dong Guangyi laughed out loud. "You don't have to attack me. I won't fall for it. I'm extremely confident in luck." Chu Li sneered. "There will be someone with better luck. Then it will depend on your own ability." Dong Guangyi laughed. "But you won't be able to see that. Chu Li, if I were you, I would have given up long ago. Why struggle and waste my effort?" Chu Li said calmly, "I don't want to die." "Haha, there aren't many people who can say that so calmly." Dong Guangyi gave him a thumbs up with a look of admiration. "Especially since you are the world's #1 master. You still dare to say that you are afraid of death. How courageous of you." Chu Li sneered. Dong Guangyi said, "But I understand you. Chu Li, you have offended too many Devis in the entire Outland. Once you die and go to the Outland, you will not have a good life. Although the Outland is good, your life there is not as good as here." Chu Li scoffed and said nothing. What he said was the truth. Once he ascended to the Outland, he would be in great trouble. There would not be a good outcome, and there would be no way to survive. He would definitely be tortured to death. He could not go to the Outland. Dong Guangyi shook his head. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it. Fine, I will fulfill your wish. I won't let you go to the Outland and suffer. Chu Li squinted his eyes and said, You want to destroy my soul? Dong Guangyi laughed. My offer is still valid. As long as you admit defeat, I will cripple your martial arts and spare your life. You can find a place where no one is around and live a carefree life. Dong Guangyi continued. If you cripple your martial arts for 60 years, you will be considered an ordinary person. You will not ascend to the Outland, but reincarnate. What do you think? Am I being merciful, Chu Li? Chu Li sneered. Thank you very much. As the two spoke, they exchanged palms. Bam bam, sounds were incessant and sounded like muffled thunder. In the end, Chu Li could not care less about restraining his energy. Everything within the range of their exchange was destroyed. Whether it was grass, trees, or rocks, everything was turned into dust. The dust was blown away by the palm-generated wind and scattered everywhere. There was nothing left on the ground. Dong Guangyi laughed. How about it, Chu Li? Do you admit defeat? No, Chu Li said in a low voice. Just as his palms were about to hit Dong Guangyi's chest, a layer of blue light suddenly appeared. Bam! Dong Guangyi's hair suddenly stood up as if it had exploded. His body was stiff and motionless. Only his eyes were wide open as he stared at Chu Li in disbelief. Chu Li reached out and grabbed his left palm, then pulled it hard. However, the black tortoise shield seemed to be glued to his palm. He could not pull it away. Chu Li scoffed and flicked a few acupuncture points on Dong Guangyi's wrist. Dong Guangyi's wrist instantly went limp and his palm lost its strength. He could only watch as Chu Li pulled the black tortoise shield away and kept it. At that moment, he had regained his mobility. His inner energy surged, and he pounced on Chu Li. Shameless. Chu Li pushed his palms forward. Bam! Dong Guangyi flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Li could feel that his defense had been greatly reduced. The strange force that counteracted the palm energy had weakened by more than half. There was less than a third of it left. His Supreme Vajra palm could already break through it. Chu Li smiled, then quickly restrained himself and continued to attack. Bam 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 bam. He attacked faster. The spiritual energy of the Outland turned into a golden light pillar that enveloped his entire body. It entered through all of his pores and turned into the supreme, true Vajra scripture's inner energy. Dong Guangyi flew around in the air. This time, he kept spitting out blood, and his complexion was getting worse. Chapter 1856. Bam 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 Bam. Under the continuous attacks of the Supreme Vajra Palm, Dong Guangyi's aura gradually weakened. He suddenly somersaulted in the air, took out a pill from his bosom, and swallowed it. Chu Li's palm suddenly turned blue and hit him lightly. Dong Guangyi's movements froze. Chu Li reached out and grabbed the jade bottle and the pill, stuffing them back into his sleeve. Then, he used his other hand to quickly tap on the man's body, trying to seal his acupuncture points. However, he realized that it was very difficult to seal his acupuncture points because a strange force was circulating, constantly dispelling the force of his finger. His left palm turned blue and hit him again. A cold light flashed on his waist and was about to break his limbs. Bam! Dong Guangyi suddenly burst into a dazzling light and a huge force surged out. Chu Li disappeared in a flash and appeared 100 feet away in the next moment. He was worried that Dong Guangyi was using the mutual destruction technique. Dong Guangyi's cultivation level was high, and this technique was enough to kill him. Even if it could not kill him, it could still severely injure him and prevent others from taking advantage of it. After a while, he frowned. Dong Guangyi had escaped. It was obvious that he had used some kind of treasure to escape and save his life at the crucial moment. He hurriedly focused his senses and tried to deduce Dong Guangyi's location through the mystic tortoise shield. However, there was a cloud of fog, and he couldn't sense it at all. Chu Li shook his head. This treasure was really unusual. Lucky people were annoying and could not be killed no matter what. Chu Li had clearly used his ultimate move to condense the power of the Thunder Orb into the Supreme Vajrapalm. After the power of thunder and lightning merged, the person who was hit by the palm froze. The power of thunder and lightning greatly increased the power of the Supreme Vajrapalm and could directly break through the defense. The mysterious tortoise shield could not block it. Dong Guangyi could still escape under such power. Chu Li could only sigh at the importance of luck. He wanted to kill him, but was not determined because Dong Guangyi had endless treasures and many fortuitous encounters. He wanted to explore them one by one. Even if he could not use them, he could give them to his disciple, Pang Shiji. He wanted to cripple him first and then dig out his mind. He could not bear to kill him. Otherwise, when Dong Guangyi was hit by the Supreme Vajrapalm, he could have killed him with the Sky Killer Sword and succeeded. However, it still might not be able to kill him. This was because this kind of escape-type protective treasure was usually able to operate on its own. Once the danger approached, it would immediately activate, and Dong Guangyi would still be able to escape. Hopefully, Dong Guangyi's treasure could only be used once. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. The next time he tried to kill him, he would be able to escape. He suddenly smiled and took out the black tortoise shield from his bosom. The mystic tortoise shield actually produced a strange power. It struggled out of his hand and was about to disappear. Chu Li scoffed softly. His right palm was once again dyed with a layer of blue light as he reached out and grabbed the mystic tortoise shield. His right palm, that had executed the Supreme Vajrapalm, was exceptionally fast. It caught hold of the mystic tortoise shield when it was hidden in the void. Thunder and lightning wrapped around the Supreme Vajrapalm and drilled in, colliding with the strange aura of the mystic tortoise shield. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded from within the black tortoise shield. Chu Li felt an incomparably tyrannical recoil. The shield of the mystic tortoise contained an enormous amount of power. He was knocked back the moment he touched it, and he almost vomited blood from the impact. He hurriedly retracted the Supreme Vajrapalm force and frowned as he looked at the mystic tortoise shield that was about to leave his hand. He did not think that this treasure would actually recognize him as its owner. Although he had snatched it back, he could not control it. Dong Guangyi, who was thousands of miles away, sneered as he sat in a cave. This cave was filled with strange runes, but it was a space of its own. This cave could not be sensed, so it was the best place to hide. He sat here with an incomparably calm heart. He was not afraid that Chu Li would chase after him at all. He took out another jade bottle from his bosom and stuffed 2 black pills into his mouth. Then, he revealed a cold smile. He had underestimated Chu Li. He was indeed a treacherous person. He had been hiding his strength and showing weakness all along. It was only at the last moment that he revealed his ferocious fangs and turned the tables. He had almost beaten himself into the gutter and could no longer turn the tables. If it was not for the Heaven Evasion ruler, he would not have been able to escape from Chu Li's evil hands. This guy was too despicable. He gritted his teeth in hatred and clenched his fists tightly. The veins on the back of his hands were bulging like earthworms. He must take revenge. Hee. Chu Li was too naive. Did he really think that he could get the black tortoise shield by snatching it? If the black tortoise shield was so easily snatched, it would not be a treasure anymore. Although it was now in Chu Li's hands, Chu Li could not do anything about it. In the end, it would still return to his side. It would only recognize him as its owner. When he thought of this, he could not help but laugh out loud. When he thought of how Chu Li had watched the black tortoise shield escape from his hand and disappear in a thin air, he suddenly felt extremely happy. It was a pity that the black tortoise shield could only defend and not attack. Otherwise, he could directly control it to kill Chu Li from thousands of miles away. It would be the best opportunity when Chu Li was not defending. What a pity. He could not stop shaking his head. He immediately realized that he was too greedy. The black tortoise shield was already extremely rare. It was the best treasure in the world. He frowned. Why was he not back yet? Logically, Chu Li should be studying the black tortoise shield now. Once he used his inner energy, the black tortoise shield would begin to resist and escape from Chu Li's hand to appear beside him. Could it be that Chu Li was so patient that he had not studied the Black Tortoise shield for so long? According to common sense, he would be eager to study something that he had taken back with great difficulty. Could it be that Chu Li was in trouble and could not care about the Black Tortoise shield? It seemed that it was a good thing that the Black Tortoise shield did not return. Maybe someone had avenged him. When he thought of this, he calmed down. It did not matter who had the Black Tortoise shield. As long as he studied it and used his inner energy, the Black Tortoise shield would naturally escape and return to his side. When he thought of this, he continued to use his inner energy to heal himself. Chu Li looked at the Black Tortoise shield that was restless and wanted to escape from his hand. He frowned. His mind raced, and he suddenly used the Black Tortoise power. As soon as the Black Tortoise power was used, the restless Black Tortoise shield immediately calmed down. Chu Li smiled. As expected, the Black Tortoise power was continuously injected into it. It was indeed like a bottomless abyss. No matter how much inner energy was injected, it did not fill up. It was as if it could contain an endless amount of inner energy. Chu Li tried to integrate a trace of the Vermilion power's inner energy into the Black Tortoise power. Unfortunately, as soon as the Vermilion power's inner energy appeared, it was immediately attacked by the aura of the Black Tortoise shield. It was immediately destroyed. It seemed that it only absorbed the aura of the Black Tortoise power. Chu Li shook his head helplessly. His spirit was lifted again. There was an inheritance hidden in its body. How could he obtain it? He searched for a while, but found nothing. He did not feel any inheritance. It only felt like a bottomless pit. No matter how much inner energy was injected, there was no reaction. He tried to shoot a god-killing needle at the Black Tortoise shield, but it was destroyed without a sound. The inheritance still did not appear. Chu Li frowned. Could it be that his luck was not good enough to obtain this inheritance? Or was it because Dong Guangyi had already obtained it and it had completely disappeared? Chapter 1857. Unfortunately, this was the way of the world. Wishful thinking did not work. He thought about it and was unwilling to give up. He had to study it thoroughly and find the inheritance. Thus, he shot the thunder sword into it. Bang! A giant tortoise suddenly appeared above the Black Tortoise shield. It was the same giant tortoise that drilled into Dong Guangyi's body. Dong Guangyi was in the cave and could not help but sneer. Chu Li must be thinking of getting the inheritance. What dream? Haha! He could not help but laugh again. He was extremely lucky to be able to get the inheritance. There were many coincidences, and he had already obtained a treasure. He did not know the use of this treasure, but he felt that it was extraordinary, so he kept it with him. When he obtained the Black Tortoise shield, the two treasures collided and emitted a blinding light. Then, the treasure was smashed into pieces, but the Black Tortoise shield was fine. When he held the Black Tortoise shield again, a heart technique flowed in his heart. It was the heart technique of the Black Tortoise shield. This kind of coincidence was probably rare in 1,000 years. It was a fool's dream for Chu Li to obtain the Black Tortoise shield. Without the Black Tortoise shield, the power of the Black Tortoise shield could not be unleashed. It was just a slightly harder shield. When he thought of Chu Li's frustrated and disheartened look, he could not help but grin. This time he lost too badly. Compared to the first time, it made him even angrier and more frustrated. Only by thinking like this could he relieve the depression in his heart. He could not let himself be depressed all the time. He needed to laugh. However, he did not feel at ease when the Black Tortoise shield did not return. He felt inexplicably anxious. Thus, he stepped out of the cave and sensed the Black Tortoise shield. His expression changed. He had lost connection with the Black Tortoise shield. The Black Tortoise shield had changed owners. Chu Li. It must be Chu Li. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill him right there and then. The mystic tortoise shield was the treasure that he valued the most. It was compatible with the Black Tortoise divine technique and his martial arts, as if it was a supreme treasure that belonged to him. However, Chu Li had taken it away from him. He swore to take revenge. He clenched his teeth for a long time and returned to the cave. Then he laughed out loud. So what if he had the mystic tortoise shield? He would never be able to obtain the inheritance of the mystic tortoise shield and cultivate the mystic tortoise shield divine technique. Without the shield of the black tortoise power, the shield of the black tortoise was just a hard shell with limited effectiveness. Chu Li must be very depressed right now, haha. Whenever he thought of Chu Li being depressed, he would feel delighted. Most of his depression had dissipated. Chu Li looked at the mystic tortoise shield thoughtfully and continued to stab with the god-slaying thundersword. Both the omniscient mirror and the heavenly star insight technique told him that he had used the right method, but he needed a stronger attack to succeed. One after another, god-slaying thunder swords materialized and pierced forward. The shadow on the black tortoise shield gradually solidified, as if a real black tortoise had appeared. This was Chu Li's first time seeing the appearance of the black tortoise, and it was indeed different from a mystic origin tortoise. With a thought, he suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared in Jiuan Valley. According to the rules, spirit beasts could not appear outside the 100,000 hills, but there were two exceptions. One was Goddess Attraction Mountain, which was protected by the Golden Dragon, and the other was Jiuan Valley, where spiritual energy did not leak. Even if there were spirit beasts, no one would be able to sense them. He was suddenly stunned as he saw a graceful and moving white figure standing by the pool. He recognized it was Sun Mingwei at a glance. Sun Mingwei stood quietly by the pool, lost in thought, and did not notice his appearance. This was extremely rare for an enlightened master. Chu Li coughed softly. Sun Mingwei trembled and quickly turned her head. When she saw Chu Li, her almond-shaped eyes above the white veil flashed, and she scoffed. "Why are you here?" Chu Li smiled. "I should be the one asking you this. You have a lot of things to attend to every day. How do you have the time to come here?" "I'm upset, so I came here to relax," Sun Mingwei said lightly. She took off the white veil, revealing her beautiful and flawless face. Chu Li said, "Is it because of the Grandmaster?" Sun Mingwei nodded lightly. Her soul didn't vanish. She just returned to the Grandmaster's boundary. What's there to be upset about? Chu Li chuckled. You can't be blamed for this. After all, she was the one who initiated it, and she committed suicide. I'm just afraid that the Grandmaster doesn't think so. Sun Mingwei shook her head and sighed. Master will be the one suffering. Since the Grandmaster could not punish her, she would definitely vent her anger on Master. When she thought of this, she felt guilty and anxious. She wanted nothing more than to ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary. But what could she say if she really ascended to the Grandmaster's boundary? Chu Li said, "You're asking for trouble." Sun Mingwei glared at him. Chu Li smiled. You should think of it this way. If we didn't know each other, would your Grandmaster do this? Of course. Sun Mingwei nodded slowly. Chu Li said, if we didn't know each other, it would be difficult for your Grandmaster to ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary. I would be the first to kill her, and I would destroy both her body and soul. She would completely disappear from this world, and she would never have the chance to ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary again. Sun Mingwei rolled her eyes at him. Chu Li smiled. I know what's bothering you. Sun Mingwei scoffed. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Chu Li said, if you didn't save me, I might have died, and this incident wouldn't have happened. Your Grandmaster wouldn't have ascended to the heavens in advance. Is that what you're thinking? No, Sun Mingwei quickly said. She had indeed thought of this before. If she did not save Chu Li back then, her Grandmaster would not have been in trouble. At the end of the day, it was still her responsibility. The key point was that she could not save Chu Li, so her sin was not light. She was not as loyal to her master. Chu Li smiled. You don't have to blame yourself. If you didn't save me, I wouldn't have died, and I would still be the same person I am now. However, your Grandmaster would have definitely died. You talk big. Sun Mingwei scoffed. Chu Li grinned. I can resurrect the dead. It's not like you haven't experienced it before. All right, you're right. I thought too highly of myself to save you, Sun Mingwei said. Chu Li laughed and quickly changed the topic. What do you think, Sun Fashing? Does he still want to go against the Ji dynasty? Sun Mingwei scoffed and did not confront him. Instead, she changed the topic. He was a little hesitant before, but after the Ji dynasty was defeated, he was still inclined to cooperate with the Zheng dynasty to divide the Ji dynasty. Chu Li shook his head. Divide the Ji dynasty. In the eyes of the other countries, the Ji dynasty is indeed too weak. The Zheng dynasty is very powerful, and with the participation of the celestial beings, this is a rare opportunity. Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li asked, "Aren't they afraid of death?" His words were spoken calmly, but they were filled with murderous intent. Sun Mingwe shook her head. "From what I know, Sun Fashing has already arranged for his funeral. Even if he's killed by you, the Li dynasty will continue to cooperate with the Zheng dynasty, just like the Zheng dynasty. Since Zheng Donglai has arranged for his funeral, it won't affect his victory. Moreover, it's not a difficult thing for an enlightened master to ascend to the heavens. It's not worth mentioning to the celestial beings 60 years earlier or later." Chapter 1858. Sun Mingwe said, "You have to understand that it is difficult to truly control the world by solely relying on killing. Other than killing, there needs to be enough benefits. If the benefits are strong enough, even the Celestials may not follow the orders of the Grandmaster." "Benefits?" Chu Li said slowly. "I understand this too. Unfortunately, the world is in chaos because of the Celestials. The biggest benefit now is war, but I oppose war. It is against the natural order, so naturally, there is no benefit to speak of." Sun Mingwe sighed and nodded lightly. Indeed, even the Buddhists needed the arrival of chaos in order to gain more believers, not to mention the celestial beings, who were even more indifferent to the life and death of mortals. As long as the war created enough grandmasters, the chaos would stimulate more grandmasters to come, and they would do anything they wanted. To the enlightened masters, the life and death of this world's people were insignificant. They would eventually ascend to the Grandmaster, and their benefits in the Grandmaster were the most important. The Celestials and enlightened masters were blindly trying to please the Grandmaster and had no pity for the people of this world. How could the world not be in chaos? On the other hand, Grandmasters did not have any respect for life and death. Instead, they blindly pursued to ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary. They were reckless and willful. Even if they died, it would still be worth it. They could directly ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary and improve their cultivation level through fighting. The higher their cultivation level in this world, the stronger their cultivation level would be when they reached the Grandmaster's boundary. With the rise of the tide, the best way to increase their cultivation level was to fight to the death. Only Chu Li was compassionate, but he was weak and could not do anything alone. He had to fight against all the enlightened masters and celestial beings in the world, as well as all the grandmasters. No matter how strong he was, even if he was the world's #1 master, it was still impossible for him to win. Chu Li smiled. "Even so, what should be done must be done. I cannot give up just because it is difficult." "You," Sun Mingwe sighed. "You're too stupid." Chu Li smiled. "So be it. There are so many smart people in this world. I would rather be a fool." Sun Mingwe's phoenix eyes twinkled and became more and more captivating. She took a deep look at Chu Li and shifted her gaze to the clear surface of the pond. "We will still be opponents in the future. Let's have a secret signal in advance." Chu Li nodded. The previous scene would definitely happen again in the future. The two of them would be opponents in the future. The two of them had a tacit understanding, and they could understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. However, for safety's sake, they still decided on a secret code. They agreed on when to attack, when to help, and when to heavily injure each other. At that time, it was inevitable that he would have to put on an act and deceive the world. "If I'm really in desperate straits, don't think about saving me. Just send me on my way." Chu Li said slowly, "I don't have any resentment if I die in your hands, but if I die in someone else's hands, my resentment will be hard to quell. It will affect my state of mind and cultivation." "You dare to go to the realm beyond heaven?" Sun Mingwe scoffed. Chu Li chuckled. "Why wouldn't I? I just hate human realm beyond heaven and don't want to go there. Not because I'm afraid. Don't even think about it. I won't send you off." Sun Mingwe snorted. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "Rather than dying in the hands of others, I'd rather die in your hands." "I don't agree," Sun Mingwe said coldly. Chu Li smiled and did not say anything else. Sun Mingwe said faintly, "You still have to be careful of one person." Chu asked. Dong Guangyi, right? That's right. Sun Mingwei frowned slightly. I can't see through this person. I've done a thorough investigation. This person is extremely lucky and has many fortuitous encounters. He's very powerful and will be a strong opponent for you. You must be careful. I've just fought with him, Chu said. You won the last time, but it might not be the same next time, Sun Mingwei said. Chu shook his head. I just fought with him today. As he said this, he shook the black tortoise shield in his hand and smiled. I took this from him. Sun Mingwei was shocked. He provoked you again? That means he's confident of winning. It wasn't easy for you to win, right? Chu nodded slowly and told her what happened. Although Sun Mingwei was a bishop, it was inevitable that she would have to face Dong Guangyi. It was better to let her guard up. The second level of the supreme Vajra palm. Sun Mingwei pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. Then she shook her head. I'm still cultivating the great light scripture. This scripture is a supreme heart technique. It's a top-notch heart technique even in the realm beyond heaven. Chu said, it's great to be able to cultivate one, but I can't. I'm cultivating the supreme Vajra scripture. He knew why Sun Mingwei cultivated the great light scripture so hard. It was because the inheritance of the Holy Church of Light was extremely powerful. Otherwise, she would not have reached the great light surpassing state. Other grandmasters could not ascend to heaven after they died, but the grandmasters of the Holy Church of Light could. It was obvious how powerful they were. The great light scripture was a top-notch heart technique, but he was not a disciple of the Holy Church of Light. It would be difficult for him to obtain the subsequent inheritance. Therefore, to him, the supreme Vajra scripture was more important. Sun Mingwei said, don't worry. I won't let go of the supreme Vajra scripture. Chu smiled. Sun Mingwei looked at him deeply. I should go back. Chu raised his eyebrows. Why are you in such a hurry? There are too many things to do in the church. I'm just taking a break, Sun Mingwei said helplessly. Chu nodded. Sun Mingwei took a deep breath and suddenly disappeared. Chu watched her disappear and felt a sense of loss. Soon, he calmed himself down and had a thought. A moment later, the void fluctuated violently. Then, the purple dragon and the dark origin tortoise appeared in Yuan Valley and dived into the pool. Chu voice rang in their ears. Then he took out the dark tortoise shield. After shooting out the god-killing thunder sword several times, the shadow of the dark tortoise appeared above the dark tortoise shield. His purpose was to let the two spirit beasts see the dark tortoise's appearance. Then, when they encountered the dark tortoise in 100,000 hills, they would quickly hide far away. At the level of supreme spirit beasts, they could control and release their aura freely. When they usually stayed in 100,000 hills, Chu speculated that they mostly restrained their aura. Otherwise, it would be too noisy and annoying. He let the two spirit beasts see the dark tortoise's appearance to prevent them from carelessly offending the dark tortoise because they did not recognize a supreme spirit beast. That would be troublesome. After the two spirit beasts saw the dark tortoise's appearance, they both looked surprised as if they could not believe that it would look like this. The dark origin tortoise suddenly leaped from the water onto Chu's left palm and jumped onto the dark tortoise shield. Its round eyes immediately narrowed and revealed an extremely comfortable expression. It was as if Chu channeled the black tortoise power for it. Chu could not help but laugh. He placed his right hand on its back and channeled the black tortoise power for it. However, the purple dragon stared at Chu's left hand. Its eyes did not even blink, as if it was stunned. Chu looked at its big eyes in amusement. He found it amusing. His voice rang in the purple dragon's ear. Could it be that you've seen it before? We have. The purple dragon's dignified voice rang in Chu's mind. Chu was surprised. When? It was the first thing we encountered when we left the ice pool, the purple dragon said. Chu's expression changed slightly. He then shook his head. It seemed that these supreme spirit beasts were still watching him. In that case, it seemed that they did not have any ill intentions towards the purple dragon and the dark origin tortoise. Otherwise, a single dark origin tortoise would be able to destroy them. This made him sigh in relief. It's an abyss not far from the ice pool, the purple dragon said. Should we look for it? Chu shook his head without hesitation. Chapter 1859. Zilong tilted his head and looked at him in confusion. At this moment, the mystic origin tortoise lying on the mystic tortoise shield suddenly swelled up and spat out a mouthful of black gas. This black gas was like a black fog that lingered in the air without dispersing, exuding a cold aura, as if it was the coldest and most icy aura in the world. Zilong could not help but retreat a little, afraid of coming in contact with it. Chuli was startled and looked at the mystic origin tortoise. The mystic origin tortoise motioned Chuli to bring the mystic tortoise shield closer. Chuli did not hesitate and brought the mystic tortoise shield closer. Bang! A muffled sound came from inside the mystic tortoise shield. Then, a shadow of a mystic tortoise emerged and slowly rose. Chuli looked up at this shadow. Even though it was only a shadow, Chuli could still feel an overwhelming power, and this was only the first level of a supreme spirit beast spirit energy field. Seeing this shadow, Chuli could not help but recall the scene when he first saw a supreme spirit beast. He felt an inexplicable fear. As Yangming's cultivation became stronger, he had a deeper understanding of the power of supreme spirit beasts. Every time he recalled that scene, his heart would palpitate. He felt that he was ignorant, fearless, and extremely daring back then. It was truly fortunate that he managed to survive. The shadow slowly rose to a height of 30 feet and then slowly shrank. As it shrank, it became more and more solid and clear. In the end, it looked like a real mystic tortoise except for its aura. It seemed to come to life, looking down at Chuli, Zilong, and the mystic origin tortoise from the void. Finally, it moved its 4 legs, and as if it was swimming, it lightly burrowed into Chuli's head. Chuli wanted to dodge, but could not react in time. Its movements seemed slow, but they were extremely fast. He could only watch as it burrowed into his head. After it burrowed into his head suddenly felt cool and refreshed. He was overjoyed. This was obviously a good sign. It was very likely that the mystic origin tortoise had a way to activate the inheritance in the mystic tortoise shield. His luck was pretty good. He could not help but want to laugh. The little beast, who had its eyes closed all this time, suddenly opened its eyes and inhaled. Immediately, the mystic origin tortoise that had burrowed into his head rushed toward it. When it approached the little beast, it suddenly turned into a pitch-black aura and burrowed into the little beast's mouth. The little beast opened its mouth and burped. Its strange face showed satisfaction, and then it spat out a white aura. Chuli smiled bitterly. Originally, he thought that his luck was also very good, and he could also obtain the inheritance of the mystic tortoise shield, but he didn't expect that at the last moment, the little critter would actually spoil his plans. He had nothing to say. This little critter's appearance was strange. It was definitely not an ordinary creature. It would definitely be of great use in the future. He could only endure it for causing a bit of trouble now. The white aura drifted in his mind. Chuli sighed. He materialized his body in his mind and reached out to scoop up the white-colored breath. Suddenly, a mnemonic chant appeared in his mind. Huh! Chuli laughed out loud. This mnemonic chant was the mental cultivation method of the mystic tortoise shield. His luck was indeed not bad. If he could really obtain the mystic tortoise shield, his luck would be comparable to Dong Guangyi's. Since that was the case, it was highly possible that he could kill Dong Guangyi. His spirit was instantly shaken, and his killing intent blazed. In an instant, 6 god-slaying thunder swords were condensed in his mind. He first carefully thought about the mental cultivation method of the mystic tortoise shield. In fact, it was very simple. He just had to guide the force of the mystic tortoise shield into his body, and then circulate it in his body for a sufficient amount of time. Then he could cultivate from the 1st level to the 9th level. The mental cultivation method was plain and simple. The key was the force of the mystic tortoise shield. Without the force of the mystic tortoise shield, it would be useless even if he cultivated hard. This was because the mystic tortoise shield relied on the mystic tortoise shield to unleash the defensive ability of the mystic tortoise to its peak. Chuli frowned and thought about it. He faintly felt that this mental cultivation method was probably passed down by the spirit beast sect. In the world, Only the Spirit Beast sect was so familiar with the mystic tortoise, and only the Spirit Beast sect could create this divine technique based on the characteristics of the mystic tortoise. After cultivating this mystic tortoise shield, it was estimated that he could achieve half of the mystic tortoise's defensive power. Chuli shook his head and sighed. In the end, he still could not compete with the Supreme Spirit Beast. However, if it was stacked with the Supreme Indestructible Body, coupled with the Sky Killer Sword, could it achieve the defense of the mystic tortoise? He was extremely curious, so he directly began to cultivate in Endyuan Valley. As for the matters outside the valley and the general trend of the world, he temporarily put them aside. After killing more than 200 grandmasters, the Zheng dynasty's strength was greatly reduced. With King Ping's ability, it was enough to stabilize the situation, and it would not worsen for the time being. As for the future, if he could cultivate this mystic tortoise shield and stack it with the Supreme Indestructible Body and the Sky Killer Sword, he would be able to sweep away all heroes. At that time, they would have no choice but to withdraw their troops. If he killed Zheng Shilai, there might be another emperor to inherit the throne. In that case, he would kill him again. He wanted to see whether the Zheng family had more royal disciples or his own sword. Inside the Zheng dynasty's military tent, a thin and handsome middle-aged man in a yellow robe rested his chin on his right hand. He lay lazily on the dragon table and looked at the 2 rows of generals below him with flagging interest. The 2 rows of generals were fully armored, and their silver light shone. A solemn aura assaulted one's face. The temperature inside the tent was far lower than outside, and the air seemed to have solidified. Tell me, what do we deal with this Chuli? The handsome middle-aged man's sharp gaze swept across the generals, and he said slowly, "Is the Zheng dynasty unable to deal with Chuli? Your Majesty, Chuli is the world's #1 master. We really don't have any good ideas." An elder standing in the center on the left fist saluted and said, "The only way is to surround and kill him with masters, but the former emperor has already tried. It's impossible to surround and kill Chuli. Elderly, tell me, what should we do?" Zheng Shilai waved his hand and said, "Come to the front." The elder stepped forward and came to the dragon table. He fist saluted and said, "I think there's only one way." "Say it." Zheng Shilai quickly waved his hand. "Hurry up and say it. Don't leave us hanging." The elder said, "Kill him with military formations." "How do we kill him with military formations?" Zheng Shilai said, "Elderly, tell me everything in one go. Don't leave half of it. It's not like you don't know my impatient temper. Hurry up and say it." "Use your Majesty as bait to lure Chuli into military formations," the elder said slowly. "Then gather and kill him." "No, we can't." The thin middle-aged man, standing at the front on the left, said, "General Li, this plan can't be used." The elder said, "Now that things have come to this is the only way. Has General Li thought about the risks of this plan?" The thin middle-aged man shook his head. "Chu Li's ferocity is beyond imagination. Once he steps in front of your Majesty's life and death will be on the line. I'm afraid. I think we can find a substitute. General Ning, do you think a substitute can hide from Chu Li?" The elder shook his head. "Chu Li is the #1 enlightened master among the enlightened masters. His senses are beyond our imagination. Can a fake emperor lure him over? That's underestimating Chu Li. Still, we can't use your Majesty as bait." The thin middle-aged man said, "I think we don't have to keep an eye on Chu Li. Ignore him. We'll fight our own battles." The elder with the surname Li sneered. "Ignore him? What if Chu Li kills another 200 grandmasters? How many grandmasters in our army of 100,000 can withstand his massacre?" Chapter 1860. The skinny middle-aged Ning Zhe frowned. "Your Majesty, I would like to know, as an enlightened master, can Chu Li kill grandmasters so recklessly? Aren't enlightened masters not allowed to attack grandmasters?" Zheng Shilai nodded slowly. He straightened his body and scoffed. "We enlightened masters can't simply attack grandmasters, but Chu Li is different. His enlightened master isn't simple. He's different from us. So, he can kill grandmasters without fear, and the grandmasters won't care? Ning Zhe frowned. If this goes on, won't the whole world be in chaos and all grandmasters will be in danger? He can kill as he pleases. We can't control him, even if we want to. Zhang Xilai shook his head. Chu Li's way of becoming an enlightened master is different from other enlightened masters. The heavenly rules have limited restrictions on him, so it's as you said, he can kill whoever he wants. Then we have to get rid of him no matter what. Ning Zhe said in a low voice. Moreover, he can summon the heroes to attack together. He can kill grandmasters without any scruples. That means he's the enemy of all grandmasters. All the grandmasters want to get rid of him. No matter how many grandmasters there are, it's useless against him. Zhang Xilai said faintly. To an enlightened master, a grandmaster is not worth mentioning, so don't even think about killing Chu Li. My brother brought 8 top-notch celestial beings and 4 enlightened masters and still failed to kill him. No matter how many grandmasters you bring, it'll be useless. Don't waste your energy. So we can only use military formations? Ning Zhe said. Elderly Yanming was secretly pleased, but his face was calm. He said slowly, if we want to kill Chu Li, we can only use military formations. Military formations were different from other formations as they were condensed by soldiers' killing intent and vigor. It had a natural suppressive effect on inner energy. No matter how powerful an enlightened master was, he would be limited and weakened in a military formation. His connection with the spiritual energy of the outside world would be cut off. Even if he was still connected, it would be strenuous as he no longer had endless inner energy. As long as he no longer had endless inner energy, he could be killed through exhaustion. No matter how strong Chu Li was, once he entered a military formation, he would turn from a dragon to a worm and be killed by the soldiers. This would clear the Zheng dynasty's obstacle in devouring the Ji dynasty. Looks like we can only use military formations. Zheng Xilai nodded slowly. He got up from the dragon throne and paced in front of the table with his hands behind his back. The generals stared at him without blinking, waiting for his decision. Even Ning Zhe, who was originally against it, couldn't help but hesitate. After a while, Ning Zhe shook his head and said, Your Majesty cannot take the risk personally. We cannot afford to lose Your Majesty again. Zheng Xilai said lightly. If my brother can die, why can't I? Zheng En will take over after I die. Zheng En was Zheng Donglai's son. Originally, he should have been the crown prince. Unfortunately, Zheng Donglai didn't pass the throne to his son for the sake of the Zheng dynasty. Instead, he gave it to his younger brother. Zheng Xilai was grateful to his elder brother's generosity and had long decided to return the throne to his elder brother's son. Your Majesty, you can't, Li Yanming hurriedly said. Zheng Xilai cast a sidelong glance at him. Li Yanming said, Your Majesty, although Prince and is a martial artist, he is too upright and not suitable to inherit the throne. What do you think? Zheng Xilai squinted at him. Li Yanming said in a low voice, It's better to let Prince Han inherit the throne. Prince Han has a mellow temperament. Elderly, you're getting bolder. Aren't you afraid of death? Zheng Xilai said snappily. As a subject, it was a taboo to interfere with the selection of the crown prince or even the succession of the throne. One's head could fall at any moment. Even if one's heart belonged to someone else, one would not say it out loud. One would only silently support it through actions, leaving room for others. If Li Yanming directly objected like this, then he was not far from death. The emperor was also extremely disgusted with such a practice. It was a taboo for a subject to do so. Li Yanming gave a fist salute and bowed solemnly. He said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I'm just an old man. If I die, then so be it. However, I can't watch the Zheng dynasty's momentum decline. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zheng Xilai shook his head. I made up my mind. Don't say anything else. We'll do as generally suggested. Use me as bait to lure Chu Li here. Your Majesty, Ning Zhe said in a low voice. Actually, there's another idea that can lure Chu Li here. Speak, Zheng Xilai said. Ningzhe said, I heard that Chu Li values relationships the most. If we can kidnap his wives here, we won't have to worry about Chu Li not coming. Zheng Shilai nodded slowly. This is a good idea. However, it won't be easy. Chu Li will definitely be on guard against this. We won't be able to break into Goddess Attraction Mountain. The battle at Goddess Attraction Mountain had made Chu Li famous. However, what was more powerful was the golden dragons on Goddess Attraction Mountain. With the protection of 2 golden dragons, no one dared to go up and court death. Your Majesty, there's actually another person, Ningzhe said slowly. The Bishop of the Holy Church of Light. Bishop's son? Zheng Shilai's expression changed slightly. He was very curious about cult leader's son, who always wore a white veil and did not show her true face to others. He also knew that she was extremely beautiful and had an extremely good relationship with Chu Li. However, she had also participated in the previous siege, and her grandmaster had died because of it. She had completely fallen out with Chu Li. Ningzhe said, if Bishop's son is here, Chu Li will definitely come. If that's the case, Zheng Shilai paced around with his hands behind his back. After some thought, he finally sat back on the dragon table. We can't afford to offend Bishop Sunday. Sun Mingyue's martial arts was tyrannical. She was one of the best among enlightened masters. He could not compare to her and was probably only below Chu Li. If he offended Sun Mingyue, she would be bound by the heavenly rules, but it would not be a problem for her to attack him. Ningzhe said, you could tell Bishop's son directly. Let her lure Chu Li here. If she agrees, it means that she has nothing to do with Chu Li. If she doesn't agree, I'm afraid the 2 of them will still be together. You have to be careful. That makes sense. Zheng Shilai patted the dragon table lightly and muttered, I can give it a try. Ningzhe, go to the Great Light Peak and deliver this letter for me. Also, pass this message to Bishop Sunday. Yes. Ningzhe smiled bitterly to himself. This was not a good job. One wrong move could result in a beating. Zheng Shilai said, Bishop's son has an extraordinary temperament. Don't worry, she won't act recklessly. Yes. Ningzhe nodded vigorously. Your Majesty, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Zheng Shilai looked satisfied. Inside the divine light basilica, the morning sun was reflected into the basilica by the snow-capped peak, shining with golden light. Ningzhe stood upright at the bottom of the steps with his head held high. He stared at Sun Mingyue's almond-shaped eyes and watched as she calmly read Zheng Shilai's letter. He sighed to himself. She lived up to her reputation. Although Bishop Sun's face could not be seen, one could tell how beautiful she was just by looking at her figure and temperament. Every move she made was graceful and moving. After a while, Sun Mingyue put down the letter and glanced at Ningzhe. You want me to be the bait to lure Chu Li over? Yes. Ningzhe fist saluted and said, Your Majesty discussed this with Bishop Sunday. This is the only way to deal with Chu Li. It's better to use Zheng Shilai as bait than me. Sun Mingyue said, Chu Li doesn't want to kill me now. It's Zheng Shilai. Does he not have the guts to be the bait and come to me? Chapter 1861. Sun Mingyue chuckled. Her voice was pleasant, but Ningzhe felt a chill down his spine. Sun Mingyue's almond-shaped eyes were as clear as spring water, as if they were not tainted by a speck of dust. Ningzhe could not help but lose himself in them. It would be such a blissful thing if he could keep looking at such beautiful eyes. At this moment, he was suddenly envious of Chu Li. Which man in the world would not cherish such a woman? Even if she was not beautiful, her almond-shaped eyes were enough to make anyone fall head over heels for her. Yet, Chu Li gave up on such a beautiful woman. He was not a man at all. Sun Mingyue calmly replied, Chu Li is a person who values friendship, but people like him tend to fall out with each other faster. Since I've fallen out with him, he only feels hatred for my betrayal. What friendship does he have? It's good that Chu Li hates you, Ningzhe said. The more Chu Li is obsessed with hatred, the more he can't control himself. He'll pounce even though he knows it's bait. Your Majesty is really scheming. Sun Mingyue said, All right, I'll agree to it, but on one condition. Please speak. Ningzhe said. Sun Mingwe said, I heard the Zheng dynasty has a blood dragon tree. You must be mistaken. Ningzhe's expression changed, but he shook his head calmly. What blood dragon tree? I've never heard of it. Do you really think the Zheng dynasty can hide it from everyone? Sun Mingwe said. Without the blood dragon tree, would the Zheng dynasty be where it is today? It's just that due to the heavenly rules, no one made a move. The enlightened master's item was still guaranteed. No one would snatch it or the world would be in chaos. If the Fu dynasty's Tang family did not snatch it, no one would ask for trouble. Ningzhe took a deep breath and shook his head. Leader, we'll never give up on the blood dragon tree. The blood dragon tree was the Zheng dynasty's secret. Almost everyone knew about it, but they could not hide it from the Holy Church of Light. Sun Mingwe sounded like everyone knew about it. This was a huge blow to him. Sun Mingwe said, I'm not that greedy. I only need a branch of the blood dragon tree. What do you need a branch for, leader? Ningzhe asked curiously. If Cult Master wants to use branches to grow a blood dragon tree, it's useless. Otherwise, Zheng dynasty wouldn't only have one blood dragon tree. Then there's no need to worry about it. Sun Mingwe said lightly, I only want a 2-meter long branch. If you agree, I can be the bait. If you don't, then forget it. Ningzhe frowned at her. Sun Mingwe said, You can go back and report to Zheng Shilai and see if he agrees. Ningzhe cupped his fists helplessly. Yes, I will report your conditions to His Majesty. Goodbye. Sun Mingwe nodded. Ningzhe was able to come here to deliver the letter because of his outstanding lightness skill. He arrived at the Zheng barracks a day later and met Zheng Shilai. Zheng Shilai met him alone in the army tent. Blood dragon tree? Zheng Shilai's expression turned cold as he scoffed. Holy Church of Light. There are very few people in the Zheng dynasty who know about the blood dragon tree. How could he know? Ningzhe hurriedly said, Your Majesty, it was definitely not me who revealed it. It seems like the Holy Church of Light is quite ambitious. Their infiltration of us is beyond imagination. Zheng Shilai sneered. We've really underestimated them. Ningzhe secretly sighed in relief. The blood dragon tree was only known to the disciples of the royal family, and only the core disciples. This was because the blood dragon tree would bear fruit once every 100 years. Eating a blood dragon fruit would allow one to reach innate mastery's boundary. If one's state of mind could keep up, one could even reach Grandmaster's boundary. Such a strange fruit was naturally very precious. It was strictly guarded. The location of the blood dragon tree was only known to the emperor. Ningzhe was able to know because he was the son of the princess. He was of royal blood and had excellent qualifications. That was why he was chosen to eat a blood dragon fruit. With the blood dragon tree, the Zheng dynasty's masters were far more powerful than the other countries. That was why they had the ambition to conquer the world. For hundreds of years, they worked hard and kept a low profile. The country's power grew and their ambition grew. Your Majesty, do you agree? Ningzhe asked slowly. Yes. Zheng Shilai sneered. I like to see how the Holy Church of Light is going to raise the blood dragon tree. The blood dragon tree needed a very harsh environment. Moreover, once the blood dragon tree's branches were separated from the trunk, they would wither within 3 days. There was no way to revive them. Moreover, it was useless even if the blood dragon tree's branches could be revived. They could not become blood dragon trees. Otherwise, they would have revived more blood dragon trees. One blood dragon tree could bear 20 fruits. In 100 years, it could produce 20 grandmasters. This was a very shocking number. However, if they could revive more blood dragon trees, 5 of them, they could produce 100 grandmasters in 100 years. It was a shocking number. Although the competition between countries depended more on the enlightened masters and the grandmasters were not the deciding factor, quantitative change would lead to qualitative change. The more grandmasters there were, the more power they had. The enlightened masters could not attack the grandmasters at will. Therefore, the more grandmasters there were, the more power the country had. More importantly, there would be more grandmasters, and the competition would be more intense. The grandmasters would become more powerful, and the imperial emperor who was chosen would also become more powerful. The Fu dynasty was able to dominate the world. Firstly, the enlightened masters were powerful. The Fu dynasty's Tang family was the strongest among the Wen Emperor, and the goddess Attraction Mountain was the strongest among the imperial emperors. Secondly, there were many grandmasters. Sun Mingwe must have wanted the branch of the blood dragon tree to grow a living blood dragon tree. This was a waste of effort. It was impossible to grow a living blood dragon tree. The environment it required was too harsh. Even within the 100,000 mountains, it was rare to see a blood dragon tree. Therefore, it was not a big deal to agree to her request. It was hard to say if Sun Mingwe and Chu Li had a falling out. If Chu Li fell for it, it meant that they had a falling out. If he did not fall for it, she might be the one who told him. They must be in cahoots. Chu Li sat in Juan Valley and cultivated. The heart technique of the Black Tortoise Shield was simple. It relied on spiritual energy. If there was enough soul energy, the cultivation speed would be very fast. His 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 100 days of cultivation for others. His speed was far faster than Dong Wangi's. The Black Tortoise Shield was quickly cultivated to the first level. He combined it with the supreme, indestructible body of Vajra and realized that the two did not repel each other. This made him overjoyed. The inner energy of the supreme scripture of Vajra was refined and pure. It was extremely overbearing and suppressed all other inner energy. The Black Tortoise Shield and the supreme scripture of Vajra coexisted. This was a pleasant surprise. Chu Li's original plan was to circulate both at the same time. When the supreme indestructible body of Vajra was destroyed, he would circulate the Black Tortoise Shield again. It was like building two dams. Now that the two were circulating at the same time, it was equivalent to building a tall dam. His defense ability was multiplied. With his defense, he could go anywhere in the world. Endless pride rose in his heart, but he was not in a hurry to leave the valley. He continued to circulate and push the Black Tortoise Shield to the 9th level in one breath. Even though his progress in the later stages was slow, he was still unwavering. Moreover, with the little critter's help, every time it inhaled and exhaled, the mystic tortoise's shield divine technique would advance by a notch. At the crucial moment, it could make a breakthrough by exhaling a breath, and then continue to advance by leaps and bounds. Chapter 1862. Chu Li was startled and could not help but laugh. Is something happening in the Zheng dynasty again? He was secretly annoyed. He had already predicted that the Zheng dynasty was not being honest and wanted to provoke them again. Now, he wanted to teach them a lesson. Sun Mingwen nodded, her white robe fluttering like snow. They're going to ambush you and use me as bait to lure you into the military formation. Military formation? Chu Li shook his head and laughed. No matter how stupid I am, I won't go into the military formation, right? If Zheng Shilai is in the formation, do you dare to go in? Sun Mingwe asked. Chu Li frowned. If Zheng Shilai is here, I'll give it a try. Zheng Shilai is likely to be the bait. Based on his character, he's likely to be the bait with me. I don't believe you won't take the bait. Sun Mingwe said. Can you resist the temptation? Chu Li thought about it and smiled. I really can't. He then sighed and shook his head. I'm speechless to see such an open scheme. I'm impressed. If he really dares to be the bait, I'll take the bait. Sun Mingwe frowned. Chu Li said, I'm confident. In the military formation, spiritual energy will be cut off. Inner energy alone won't be able to support much. Sun Mingwe said, Don't you know that? Chu Li smiled. Of course. If that's the case, you still dare to go in? I'll kill another emperor. I'd like to see how many emperors the Zheng dynasty has to kill. Chu Li chuckled. It's not impossible to fight against the world alone. You're just asking for trouble, Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li shook his head. Let's wait and see. The Zheng dynasty has a blood dragon tree. It bears a blood dragon fruit every 100 years. After eating it, one can become a grandmaster through a special method. Sun Mingwe said, I know you have a special ability with spirit herbs. You might be able to revive them. I'll ask Zheng Shilai for a blood dragon branch. It's up to you. Blood dragon tree? Chu Li was surprised. There's a blood dragon tree outside the 100,000 hills? It was said that the blood dragon tree was a tree formed from the death of a golden dragon. It contained the essence of the golden dragon's blood, and it also had the special characteristics of the golden dragon. It could absorb the essence of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to form the blood dragon fruit, which had the effect of remolding one's body. Not only that, it could also rapidly raise one's cultivation. He had thought that it was only a legendary item. Even if it existed, it would only be in the 100,000 mountains and would not appear outside the 100,000 mountains. He did not expect the Zheng dynasty to have this tree. What concerned him even more was that he did not manage to find out about it. It seemed like the secret guardian's hall was still too far behind the Holy Church of Light. I think Zheng Shilai will agree to it. You can see if it's true when the time comes, Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li nodded and said, looks like I'll have to return to my identity as Zhao De. I'll follow you and have a look. All right. Sun Mingwe nodded lightly. She looked dazed for a moment. At the mention of Zhao De, she felt a sense of familiarity and distance. It had not been a long time since they last met, but it felt like 100 years had passed. It was both strange and familiar at the same time. Chu Li smiled. Give me a moment. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared after a while. He had already changed into a green robe, and his face had changed to Zhao De's. Although he was not as ugly as before, he was still not handsome. Sun Mingwe felt a sense of familiarity when she looked at his face. She shook her head and said, you have to restrain your power. Chu Li shook his head. It's not good to be too weak. Announce to the public that Zhao De is an isolated cultivation. Since he's an isolated cultivation, based on his talent, his martial arts will naturally improve greatly. It's good that he has reached this stage. If he's any weaker, he won't be qualified to stand by your side. All right, it's up to you. Sun Mingwe nodded lightly. Chu Li appeared in the Divine Light Basilica. As soon as he appeared, Du Ying, who was at the entrance of the basilica, widened her eyes in shock and looked at him in a daze. Chu Li smiled and fist saluted. Senior Sister Du, it's been a while. Du Ying regained her senses and quickly said, Priest Zhao, you've come out of isolated cultivation? Chu Li nodded. If I didn't come out, the bishop was going to expel me from the Holy Church. Du Ying pursed her lips and chuckled. She looked at Sun Mingwe and quickly shut her mouth. She nodded and retreated, but her footsteps were a little joyful. Li Ming looked at Chu Li in surprise and sized him up. She had heard many times about Zhao De's legendary experience as Priest Zhao. It was said that he was a genius who was second only to the bishop in the Holy Church of Light. She had always been curious, and finally, she had met him in person. She was a little disappointed. At his age, even if he had a lot of experience, it was inevitable that he would be more concerned about his appearance. Everyone said that he was ugly, but he was actually more ugly than that. He could be considered ugly. Chu Li also looked at her and nodded. During this period of time, she had made a lot of progress. It seemed that she had been cultivating very hard and was in a period of rapid progress. She would only slow down after a while. Priest Zhao, I've heard a lot about you. Li Ming fist saluted. Chu Li smiled. You're welcome, young bishop. I don't dare to address you as young bishop. Li Ming quickly waved her hand. Chu Li smiled. The bishop's disciple is, of course, the young bishop. You're the future bishop, but you haven't reached the Grand Master's boundary yet, so you can't become a saint. Still, it's a piece of cake for you. You flatter me. Li Ming waved her hand. She became wary of Chu Li. As the saying went, those who were unaccountably solicitous were hiding evil intentions. He must be up to no good if he was complimenting her as soon as they met. She had to be careful of him. Chu Li saw through her thoughts and nodded to himself. Li Ming's original innocence had faded away. She had become more scheming and shrewd. To ordinary people, this was not a good thing. It meant that the beauty of the heart had faded away. Instead, they were staring at the ugliness of human nature. From then on, the world would no longer be beautiful, only ugly. This was a little cruel to Li Ming, but she had no choice. This was the price that the saint and bishop had to pay. If she could still maintain her innocence under such circumstances and adjust herself with a beautiful heart, then she would be considered a true talent. Sun Mingwe said, Ming Er, I won't lie to you. Priest Zhao is Chu Li in disguise. Master. Master's Junior Chu? Li Ming's eyes widened. Chu Li smiled. Why should I tell her? If I don't tell her, aren't you afraid that she'll rebel? Sun Mingwei glared at him. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. I'll hide it for a while. It'll be more interesting to tell her at the end. Master's Junior Chu, how did you become like this? Li Ming rolled her eyes at him and asked curiously, what martial art is this? Oh, could it be the famous heavenly demonic power? Chu Li turned to Sun Mingwei and said, Li Ming has improved a lot. Sun Mingwei said, if you can't even guess this, won't your efforts be in vain? Li Ming said proudly, it's all thanks to Master and Master's Junior Chu's guidance. She had only guessed it after a flash of inspiration. Zhao Day's identity was flawless. No one in the church knew about it. There were also many extraordinary people in the church, so they could not find out that Zhao Day was a fake. Naturally, it was not an ordinary disguise technique. In this way, the most powerful disguise technique in the world was the heavenly demonic power. She had guessed it right in one go. Ming don't expose yourself, Sun Mingwei said. Li Ming said, don't worry, Master. Go then. I'll go out with your Master's Junior Chu. If there's anything in the church, you can handle it as you see fit, Sun Mingwei said. If there's anything you can't handle, stay here and wait for my return. Chapter 1863. Chu Li and Sun Mingwei disappeared from the Divine Light Basilica and reappeared outside the Zheng dynasty's military camp. As soon as they appeared, Zheng Shilai came out to greet them. His bright yellow gown fluttered in the wind, and he looked carefree and unrestrained. He was different from the usual emperor's demeanor and looked more like a man of leisure. Zheng Shilai Fist saluted and laughed. Chief Sun, I've kept you waiting. Sun Mingwei covered her face with a white veil and said, You're welcome, Your Majesty. May I know where the blood dragon tree branch is? Zheng Shilai shook his head and laughed. I won't go back on my words. Don't worry, that thing will be here soon. I hope you can keep it secret. After all, it's not good to let outsiders know about the blood dragon tree. Sun Mingwei nodded. Of course. Chief, please. Zheng Shilai extended his hand. Let's talk in the tent. Sun Mingwei said, Your Majesty, you're not trying to catch me, are you? Haha, you're joking, Chief. Zheng Shilai laughed and shook his head. I'm not the kind of person who would plot against an ally. Sun Mingwei nodded. I'm not a good ally to use me as bait. Haha, I'll accompany you as bait. Am I sincere enough? Your Majesty is coming too? Sun Mingwei shook her head. Your Majesty, I advise you not to take the risk. Once Chu Li appears, he'll take your life before the ambushers arrive. One move from him is enough. I can't even block one move. Zheng Shilai asked in disbelief. Sun Mingwei said, Your Majesty might not know Chu Li well and didn't ask about his past deeds. He usually kills with one move. If he can't kill with one move, he usually doesn't kill. Is there such a thing? Zheng Shilai shook his head. I really don't understand. Sun Mingwei said, That's why Your Majesty should think twice. Don't put your life on the line. Chu Li's sword is merciless. Aren't you afraid, Chief Sun? Zheng Shilai forced a smile. He felt guilty after hearing Sun Mingwei's words. Although he was not afraid of death, he was not willing to die just because he had become the emperor. Previously, he did not care about the position of emperor. He had been forced to become the emperor by his elder brother. However, after he became the emperor, he realized that it was not as bad as it seemed. Everything had changed. His words were as good as gold and as good as jade. He only needed to give an order and someone would carry it out. He did not need to put in any effort at all. It was truly more worrisome than being Prince Xiaoyao. After he became the emperor, he found that the officials did not oppose him as strongly as he had imagined. Instead, they were very cooperative with him. This made him less worried, so he wanted to enjoy himself more. If what Sun Mingwei said was true, that Chu Li could kill him with one slash, then he would have to think it through carefully. His gaze suddenly came into contact with Sun Mingwei's clear eyes. Her seemingly smiling eyes seemed to reveal a sense of mockery and disdain. Although it disappeared in a flash, he acutely caught it and instantly became angry. As the ruler of a country, he could find any beautiful woman, but he could not find a woman with a status like Sun Mingwei. Moreover, it was rare to find a beauty like her, so he had always looked at Sun Mingwei in a different light. However, today, the woman whom he had always looked at in a different light looked down on him. He felt extremely angry. He was not only dissatisfied with Sun Mingwei's arrogance, but also dissatisfied with his own guilty conscience and cowardice. He said in a low voice, "Then I'd like to see Chu Li's skills." Sun Mingwei shook her head. "Your Majesty, you're courting death. I heard that the relationship between you and Chu Li is very deep," Zheng Shilai said with a faint smile. "We can be considered close friends." Sun Mingwei nodded. "Chu Li is an extremely intelligent person. He's a great friend. Unfortunately, the world makes fools of people. In the end, I won't have any friends." Her tone was indifferent, but Zheng Shilai's heart inexplicably softened. His anger was reduced by half. He could feel that it was lonely at the top, especially when Sun Mingwei was a woman. It was even more difficult. Chu Li coughed. "Bishop, this is my church's priest, Zhao De." Sun Mingwei seemed to have just remembered him. She said to Zheng Shilai, "He's responsible for sending the draconic branches back." "Bishop's son, do you really want to try to plant the draconic trees?" Zheng Shilai asked. Sun Mingwei nodded. "I do have that intention." "Bishop's son, do you know the harsh environment in which the draconic trees grow?" Zheng Shilai shook his head. "It's not that I'm looking down on the Holy Church of Light, but the draconic trees are too provocative. It's very difficult to grow them. I advise you not to waste your efforts." "How can I be satisfied if I don't try?" Sun Mingwei said. "Fine, then you could try. I can make the decision to give you 2 branches." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Sun Mingwei did not stand on ceremony. Zheng Shilai said, "Let's enter the main tent. I'll go get the draconic branches right away." "All right." Sun Mingwei nodded slowly. The 3 of them entered the main tent. Suddenly, a dense aura rushed towards them. The pressure also followed. It was as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Gusts of cold air were like needles pricking them. If they relaxed even a little, they would be suppressed. Sun Mingwei squinted her bright eyes and remained silent. Through this dense aura, which was also the power of the military formation, one could tell the strength of the army. The stronger the army, the stronger the aura and the power of the military formation. She could clearly feel that the Zheng dynasty's army was more powerful than the Li dynasty's cavalry. Chu Li, who is Zhao De, chuckled. "The Zheng dynasty's army lives up to its reputation." Zheng Shilai smiled proudly. The Zheng dynasty has always pursued elite soldiers. One can fight against 10. It's not the number of soldiers that matters, but the quality. It's extraordinary indeed. Chu Li praised. Zheng Shilai asked, "How is it compared to the Li dynasty?" "The Li dynasty's cavalry is slightly inferior," Chu Li said slowly. "However, the Li dynasty's imperial guards are superior. Your Majesty, if you have the chance, you should go and see the Li dynasty's imperial guards." "Then I must see them." Zheng Shilai was not convinced. After the 3 of them entered the main tent, they moved at an incredible speed. They arrived at a tent like 3 gusts of wind. Zheng Shilai invited the 2 of them in and suddenly disappeared. Chu Li squinted his eyes, trying to find out where Zheng Shilai went, but realized that he could not sense it. The place he went to was strange and blocked his senses. He took the opportunity to observe his surroundings with the omniscient mirror. Under the omniscient mirror, he could clearly see the inauspicious energy above and around the military formation. It was blood red and as thick as fresh blood. Chu Li felt as if he was walking in blood as his surroundings surged with a sticky feeling. He frowned. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable and made him want to vomit. Sun Mingwei turned to look at him. Chu Li understood her gaze. She wanted him to take the opportunity to see the situation clearly so that he would not barge in blindly and find a way out. Chu Li nodded. Sun Mingwei did not say anything else. She closed her eyes and sat cross-legged on a low couch, motionless as if she was meditating. Chu Li did the same and sat cross-legged on another low couch. The omniscient mirror observed his surroundings and searched for the mystery of this military formation. At the same time, He combined the omniscient mirror with the heavenly star insight skill and tried his best to deduce the flaws of the military formation. However, all formations had doors of life and death. Where there was life, there was death, and where there was death, there was life. Therefore, no matter how powerful a formation was, there would always be a flaw that would leave a way out. Chuli suddenly smiled and nodded slowly. The combination of the omniscient mirror and the heavenly star insight skill was indeed amazing. They really deduced where the door of life of this military formation was. Chapter 1864. The inside of the tent was completely silent. Shouts could be faintly heard from outside, and killing intent soared into the heavens. It was clear that the soldiers in the army were training. They all contained a powerful blood energy and baleful aura, causing the power of this formation to rise to another level. Military formations were at their strongest during battles. Once two armies faced off against each other, the power of military formations would be astonishing. Unfortunately, military formations could not be maintained for long. After a single strike, they would often disperse and fight separately or form smaller formations. When the soldiers were training, the power of military formations was also very strong, stronger than when the soldiers were resting at night. After a while, footsteps were heard. Zheng Shilai strode in, followed by a skinny middle-aged man. It was Ningzhe. Ningzhe entered the tent and bowed, holding a long wooden box under his left arm. Leader's son, Priest Zhao, please take a look. This is the Dragon Blood Branch. Zheng Shilai smiled and pointed at the wooden box. Ningzhe came to Sun Mingwei, not daring to look into her clear and charming eyes. He lowered his head and opened the wooden box. There were two withered branches in the box. They were strong and thin as if they were cast from iron. They were bright red as if they were painted with cinnabar, redder than blood. There were no branches or leaves on them, and there were faint flashes of scales on the branches. They seemed to be dragon scales. This is the Dragon Blood Branch. Sun Mingwei glanced at him. Your Majesty won't try to fool me with a fake branch because I've never seen the Dragon Blood Branch, right? Don't worry, leader. Zheng Shilai quickly waved his hand and smiled. I'm not that kind of person. I hope not. Sun Mingwei did not deny it and looked at Chuli. Chuli nodded and took 2 steps forward to Ningzhe. He reached out and took the wooden box. Ningzhe stared at the withered branches in the wooden box reluctantly and said, They will wither in 3 days. Understood. Chuli nodded. He activated the life and death scripture. Although there was no spiritual energy around him, his inner energy could be converted into spiritual energy. This was the beauty of the life and death scripture. Spiritual energy and inner energy could be converted into one. After the spiritual energy entered the 2 withered branches, Chu Li's expression changed. He turned to look at Ningzhe, who looked reluctant, and then at Zheng Shilai, who was smiling. What happened? Sun Mingwei asked. Chu Li took the wooden box forward and returned it to Ningzhe. Ningzhe was stunned and subconsciously reached out to take it. Chu Li turned his head and fist saluted. With a straight face, he said, Reporting to Bishop, these 2 branches are already dead. They've withered completely, and there's no sign of life. Sun Mingwei's jade-like face was covered by a white veil, so no one could see the changes in her expression. However, one could see that her phoenix-like eyes were flickering and slowly solidifying. Her spotless snow-white gown fluttered lightly as if she was in a strong gale. Zheng Shilai hurriedly said, Cult Master's son. Sun Mingwei's phoenix eyes slowly narrowed as she glanced at Zheng Shilai. Your Majesty, you've really disappointed me. There must be a mistake. Zheng Shilai hurriedly said, I've already given the order, and they won't dare to disobey. Even if it's a blood dragon tree, this holy King Zhao, the branches of the blood dragon tree look like this. Not just the branches, but the entire blood dragon tree looks like this. It looks bare and has no leaves, only the trunk. And it doesn't look like a living thing, more like a fake tree forged from iron. Chuli chuckled and said nothing. Sun Mingwei lightly said, To tell you the truth, Your Majesty, Holy King Zhao is famous for his superb martial arts in the church. In fact, he's not best at martial arts, but the art of planting spirit herbs. He's extremely talented in planting spirit herbs and is very sensitive to spiritual energy. With just a touch, he can feel the vitality of spirit herbs, whether it's strong or weak. There's such a talent? Zhang Shilai curiously looked at Chu Li. Sun Mingwei said, "If not, I wouldn't have asked for the blood dragon tree branch." "I see." Zhang Shilai smiled. "It seems that Bishop thinks that this holy King Zhao can keep the blood dragon tree branch alive and plant it into a blood dragon tree. How do you know if you don't try?" Sun Mingwei lightly said. "Xiao Ning, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Shilai's face immediately darkened, and he coldly said like a block of ice, "How dare you lie to me? Do you think that just because I can't tell if it's dead or alive, you can deceive me? Please forgive me, your majesty." Ningzhe hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed hard. He lowered his voice and said, "The blood dragon tree is precious, but Bishop's son and the others are just wasting their efforts and wasting the blood dragon tree branch. That's why I acted on my own and used 2 dead tree branches. If they don't know whether they're dead or alive, there's no difference between taking the living and dead tree branches. What if they can tell whether it's alive or dead?" Zhang Shilai coldly laughed. "Then I'll be embarrassed? Please forgive me, your majesty. I'm willing to accept my punishment." Ningzhe kowtowed again. "Shut up." Zhang Shilai waved his hand and said snappily, "Others will think that we're playing a trick." Sun Mingyue's bright eyes looked at him with a faint smile. Zhang Shilai knew that Sun Mingyue saw through him and said awkwardly, "Bishop's son, I'm really not strict enough with my subordinates. I'm sorry. You didn't encounter such a thing, did you? He's also loyal. You don't have to say much." "Just take it alive," Sun Mingyue lightly said. "I'm ashamed that you're so broad-minded, Bishop's son." Zhang Shilai shook his head and sighed. He then shouted, "Hurry up and get up. Go get the live blood dragon branch." "Yes." Ningzhe quickly got up and picked up the wooden box to leave. Chu Li raised his hand. "Wait." Ningzhe paused and looked at Chu Li in confusion. Chu Li said, "Since it's a dead branch, it's useless for all of you to keep it. That's why you took it out. Then leave these 2 dead branches as well. Consider it as a supplement. If it's really a live branch next time, we won't be so calculative." Ningzhe looked at Zhang Shilai. Zhang Shilai nodded and smiled. "All right, it's just 2 dead branches. It's fine as long as Priest Zhao doesn't spread it." "Of course." Chu Li smiled. "Don't worry, your majesty. We have to keep it a secret too. We don't want outsiders to know." Yes. Zhang Shilai laughed. "This is our common secret. Hurry up and get lost." Ningzhe passed the wooden box to Chu Li. He gave a fist salute and turned around to leave. Chu Li opened the wooden box and looked at the blood dragon branch. "Priest Zhao, what do you want this dead branch for?" Zhang Shilai smiled. "No matter how precious the blood dragon tree is, this dead branch is worthless. It's not hard and has no other use. It's no different from an ordinary branch." The Zheng dynasty imperial family had a deep understanding of the blood dragon tree. Naturally, they had a deep understanding of the blood dragon tree as well. The wood was brittle and soft. It was completely different from when it was alive. When it was alive, it was harder than steel and could not be hurt by swords. They had also tried various methods, such as grinding it into powder to drink, grinding it into powder to be refined into pills, boiling it into potions, and many other methods. In the end, they concluded that once it withered, it would be useless and ignored it. Chu Li said, "Actually, it's useless, but I want to compare a dead branch with a live one. I want to see if there are any cultivation clues and cultivation methods. Your Majesty won't tell you, right?" "Haha, about that, the ancestors have forbidden me. I can't tell you." Zhang Shilai shook his head and laughed. Chu Li smiled. "If I were to guess, you'll use dragon blood?" Zhang Shilai was stunned. He then laughed. "Priest Zhao is really interesting. The Zheng dynasty isn't Goddess Attraction Mountain. There are no dragons." Chu Li could tell from Zhang Shilai's expression that it was not dragon blood. Chapter 1865. He initially thought that since there was such a legend about the blood dragon tree, dragon blood was the most important thing to it. To others, dragons were a distant legend. They could not see them with their own eyes. Even if they could see them on Goddess Attraction Mountain, it was impossible for them to get close to them. It was even more impossible for them to obtain dragon blood. Finding a dragon in the 100,000 mountains was even more difficult. Since dragons usually lived high above the clouds, they could not be seen by the naked eye. However, dragon blood was very easy for him. It was not difficult to convince the purple dragon to give him some blood. Unfortunately, it was not dragon blood, which would be troublesome. He had scanned Ning Zhe's mind before and did not find a method to cultivate the blood dragon tree. Only one person in history knew the method, and that was the enlightened master. Now, the enlightened master was right in front of him, but he had a rare item that suppressed the omniscient mirror's prying. Didn't they say that the blood dragon tree was formed by watering it with dragon blood? Chuli smiled. Could the legend be fake? It's a mix of truth and falsehood. Zheng Shilai smiled and said, who knows? It was such a long time ago. It is hard to avoid exaggeration and exaggeration. It would be good if 10% of it was true, or even less than 10% was made up by someone with ulterior motives. Chu Li's omniscient mirror and heavenly star insight spun rapidly in his mind. Ideas emerged one by one and were quickly extinguished. After a while, he said thoughtfully, if it's not dragon blood, could it be something else? Zheng Shilai's smile froze. Then he shook his head. Well, I really can't say. Chuli immediately determined that it was blood. However, it was not dragon blood. Could it be human blood? His mind quickly deduced, but he could not come up with a conclusion. Footsteps were heard as Ning Zhe strode in. He lifted the curtain and came in with another wooden box, presenting it to Chuli. Priest Zhao, please take a look. Chuli put down the previous wooden box and opened a new one. Immediately, two dry branches that were no different from the previous one appeared in front of him. Chuli did not need to circulate his spiritual energy. The life and death scripture could instinctively feel the spiritual energy rushing toward him. It was full of vitality. Good, this is a living one. Chuli was all smiles as he accepted the wooden box. His inner energy turned into spiritual energy and seeped into it. He sensed this spiritual energy from the blood dragon tree and discovered that it was unusually pure. Moreover, it carried a unique corrosive intent. Upon sensing his spiritual chi, the blood dragon tree's spiritual chi was like a hungry wolf that had seen flesh and blood. It pounced over with all its might and devoured the spiritual chi in a single gulp before continuing to invade his body, wanting to devour him completely. Chuli was stunned. He frowned and pondered. As soon as his spiritual chi was cut off, the corrosive intent immediately retreated. It was clear that the blood dragon tree was an extremely aggressive species, and it was almost impossible for any spiritual herbs to survive in its surroundings. It was the only one that could dominate the area. He frowned because the life force and spiritual chi of this blood dragon tree were like water without a source. Although it was strong and scorching, it was weak. Moreover, after devouring his spiritual chi, it could not be converted into life force. Life force and spiritual chi should be one with spiritual herbs, but they were not applicable to the blood dragon tree. Life force was life force, and spiritual chi was spiritual chi. The spiritual chi was strong, but the life force was rapidly diminishing. Chuli estimated that he could only last for 2 days. Sun Minghua looked at Chuli. Zheng Shilai smiled. Why, Priest Zhao, is there something wrong? Could it be that it's fake this time? He cast a cold gaze at Ning Zhe. Ning Zhe hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I dare not mess around this time. It's definitely real. I don't think you dare mess around. Zheng Shilai scoffed and looked at Chuli. Chuli sighed. If it's real, I'll take my leave. Sun Minghua said, I'll go with you. Bishop, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We still have things to discuss. Zheng Shilai chuckled. Are you going to go back on your word now that you've obtained the blood dragon tree? Sun Minghua looked at him coldly. Haha, I'm just joking. Zheng Shilai smiled and waved his hand. Don't mind me, Bishop Sunday. I know that you're a man of your word. You'll never go back on your word. All right, I'll stay. Sun Minghua scoffed. Zheng Shilai smiled. Then I'll welcome you with open arms. Please wait for a moment, Bishop. I'll personally send Priest Zhao out of the camp, or he won't be able to leave. Please, Sun Mingwe said. Zheng Shilai fist saluted and walked out. Priest Zhao, you must hurry up. 3 days will pass in the blink of an eye. Zhao Fei, who was Chu Li, calmly said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I won't let them die. I'll definitely find a way to save them. Huh? Zheng Shilai laughed. That's great. Zheng Shilai and Chu Li moved quickly. Ning Zhe followed closely behind them. After sending Chu Li out of the camp, Zheng Shilai watched as his silhouette gradually disappeared. He shook his head. His light body technique is really good. He'll be able to return to Great Light Peak in less than 3 days. Your Majesty, should we? Ning Zhe raised his hand. Zheng Shilai shook his head. No, unless we fall out with the Holy Church of Light. It's not good to do that. Ning Zhe said, Are we just going to let them have it so easily? What do you think? Zheng Shilai chuckled. If Bishop Sun stays, is Zhao Dai an enlightened master? He won't be able to do anything. Your Majesty, should we? Ning Zhe thought. Inform Black Tortoise Mountain? Zheng Shilai was about to shake his head, but stopped. He did not want to cause unnecessary trouble and let more people know about the Blood Dragon Tree. However, he immediately realized that since the Holy Church of Light knew about the Blood Dragon Tree and Black Tortoise Mountain was right in front of them, he would be lying to himself if he said he did not know. Before this, he thought the Zheng Dynasty imperial family kept it a secret. Now, it seemed that it was not as secretive as he thought. Black Tortoise Mountain was so well-behaved. Even if they knew about it, they would not dare to act recklessly and pretended not to know about it. If the news got out, Black Tortoise Mountain would probably snatch the Blood Dragon Tree branch at all costs. Since he was the only one who knew about the cultivation method of the Blood Dragon Tree, it would be useless no matter how powerful Black Tortoise Mountain was. If Black Tortoise Mountain and the Holy Church of Light fought, it would prevent them from joining forces. As the Emperor, his considerations were not limited to the present. If he killed Chu Li through the military formation, Dong Guangyi would probably become the strongest enlightened master. If the Holy Church of Light and Black Tortoise Mountain joined forces, the Zheng Dynasty imperial family would have to submit to Black Tortoise Mountain. However, releasing the news to Black Tortoise Mountain might also offend Sun Mingwe. The Holy Church of Light might fall out and leave the alliance. Even the Li Dynasty would leave. However, by then, Chu Li would be dead. Even if the Holy Church of Light fell out with him, they would not join forces with the Black Tortoise Mountain. He was not afraid because the Zheng Dynasty wanted to conquer the world and would have to face the Li Dynasty sooner or later. Moreover, the Zheng Dynasty's power was enough to conquer the Ji Dynasty. If the Li Dynasty joined forces with him, it would be impossible for them to join forces with the Ji Dynasty. There would be no more obstacles in conquering the Ji Dynasty. The only worry was the Fu Dynasty. Although Chu Li killed 2 emperors in a row and greatly damaged the Fu Dynasty's vitality, they had not done anything so far. This was abnormal. The Fu Dynasty could not just watch as the Zheng Dynasty grew stronger. He had been carefully probing around and cautiously guarding against the Fu Dynasty's attack. Chapter 1866. Your Majesty? Ning Zhe's voice interrupted his thoughts. Zheng Shilai pondered and nodded slowly. All right, pass the news to Black Tortoise Mountain. Be discreet and don't expose any flaws. Yes. Ning Zhe nodded excitedly. There are spies from Black Tortoise Mountain in the army. I just need to expose some flaws, and they will investigate themselves. By then, they won't be able to track us down. Very good. Zheng Shilai nodded and showed a look of approval. You've been wrong this time. Ning Zhe quickly said, Your Majesty, why do you say that? I don't deserve it. Go. Zheng Shilai waved his hand in satisfaction. Ning Zhe bowed deeply and left. Zheng Shilai returned to the military tent. Sun Mingwe was already sitting cross-legged on the bed. Seeing him enter, she glanced at him and said, Start spreading the news now. I think Chu Li will be here soon. You think Chu Li will definitely come? Zheng Shilai asked. Sun Mingwe nodded. According to my understanding of him, he will definitely come. If he really wants to kill you, why not just go to Divine Light Basilica? He knows this is a trap. Will he still come? Zheng Shilai smiled. If I don't come, he might not go to Divine Light Basilica to kill me. Sun Mingyue said faintly. He is not a narrow-minded person. He is broad-minded. Even if I betrayed him, he would not kill me immediately. But now that I have helped His Majesty set up this trap, he will want to kill me. Hee, it seems like Leader Sun still has feelings for Chu Li. Zheng Shilai shook his head. Sun Mingyue said, it doesn't matter anymore. Now we can only meet in life and death. This is how the world is. As enlightened masters, we can't be free. Chu Li is free. Zheng Shilai scoffed. He thought of Chu Li killing grandmasters and could not help but feel jealous. As enlightened masters, they had to follow the rules, but Chu Li could do whatever he wanted without scruples. It was too unfair. Unfortunately, there was no way to reason this out. The grandmasters would not give you a chance to speak. Sun Mingyue said, who can be truly free? With Chu Li's martial arts, isn't it the same? How can that be the same? He chose to be where he is now. He wasn't forced. Zheng Shilai shook his head. He's different from us. It's the same. Sun Mingyue shook her head and said, actually, he didn't want to fight. Why should he take the risk at this point? But his conscience was uneasy, so he could only brace himself and stand out. Who asked him to be the #1 master in the world? He can't just watch the people of the great Ji dynasty suffer. Even if he's the #1 master in the world, he doesn't have the heart to be the #1 master in the world. He can't treat the people like dogs, and he'll never be able to live in peace. Zheng Shilai laughed out loud and was very proud of himself. As an emperor, he needed to love his people. However, this love was not out of pity, but out of interest. In his eyes, the people were like cattle and sheep. They were just property. He would feel heartache if they were lost, but he would not think for the people. Chu Li's martial arts was high, but he was soft-hearted. He was destined to be a tragedy. His final ending would be unspeakably tragic. Sun Mingyue glanced at him and said nothing. If Chu Li had a cold and hard heart, she would have cut off everything a long time ago. Zheng Shilai was overjoyed and laughed for a while. Then he slowly stopped smiling. This is the soft-heartedness of a woman. It's really laughable when it comes to the #1 master in the world. Sun Mingyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. She could not bear to hear others speak ill of Chu Li. However, Zheng Shilai thought that she was angry because of those words. He quickly smiled and said, Bishop, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to look down on women. Your Majesty, why do you have to say one thing and mean another? Sun Mingyue calmly said, let's talk about the blood dragon tree. Will Priest Zhao be able to return to the Great Light Peak safely? Oh, what do you mean, Bishop? Zheng Shilai was stunned. Sun Mingyue said, you won't deliberately leak the news and have someone kill Priest Zhao, will you? Of course not. Zheng Shilai firmly denied. What kind of person do you think I am? I hope so, Sun Mingyue said. In that case, it's better for you to be careful, Your Majesty. You should leave quickly and not wait for Chu Li. Bishop, I've decided to wait for him with you, Zheng Shilai said in a low voice. Sun Mingyue looked at him in surprise. She could see that Zheng Shilai was guilty and timid. As an emperor, how could he not care about his life? Even if he could ascend to the Outland after his death, it would not be as comfortable there as it was here. No matter how restricted he was still the emperor and supreme. As long as Chu Li enters, Zheng Shilai said, I'll be able to kill Chu Li. Sun Mingyue said thoughtfully, it seems that Your Majesty has another special skill. That's right. Zheng Shilai chuckled. I won't hide it from you, Bishop. I've cultivated a mystical technique. As long as Chu Li enters the formation and cuts off his connection with spiritual energy, I can use this mystical technique to kill Chu Li. His swordsmanship is the best, Sun Mingyue said. Zheng Shilai smiled and pulled his yellow robe, revealing the faintly glowing clothing underneath. He said proudly, no matter how good his swordsmanship is or how sharp his sky regicide is, he won't be able to break my treasured clothing. This is a treasured clothing obtained from the Outland. Sun Mingyue asked, what about your neck? Zheng Shilai extended his arm to block and smiled. If I can't protect my neck, then I have nothing to say. To be honest, Bishop, my special skill can gather the power of the military formation. When Chu Li's martial arts is weakened, my martial arts will increase. When that time comes, he showed a proud expression. Sun Mingwen nodded lightly and was calm. She was inexplicably worried. Zheng Xilai was so well prepared. If Chu Li really broke in, the outcome would be unpredictable. If it came down to it, the two of them could only work together to defeat Zheng Xilai. However, Zheng Xilai would not be the only one in the tent. She could not sense an ambush now, but she believed that there must be one. It was just that it was hidden very well. When Chu Li walked into a forest, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. He saw the thoughts in Ning Zhe's mind and knew that he wanted to harm him. He decided to play with this group of people and spread Zhao Dai's name. Zhao Dai had not appeared for a while, and the people in the martial arts world had forgotten his name. It was time to spread his name again. It would be more advantageous in the future. However, compared to this, the dragon's blood tree was more important. He did not dare to delay and immediately returned to the island of the High Duke's public house. The place with the densest spiritual energy was his small courtyard. The existence of the Gloriesville courtyard made the island's spiritual energy dense, and the small courtyard was the place with the highest concentration of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the characteristics of the dragon's blood tree determined that it could not be placed next to the Gloriesville tree. Otherwise, the dragon's blood tree might devour the Gloriesville tree and it would not be worth it. With the dragon's blood tree, the soaring grass, the dragon's blood fruit, and the soaring pill, in addition to the surpassing state, it would not be difficult to create a Grandmaster. It was time to cultivate his own forces. He could not do things by himself all day long. His time would be spent fighting with his opponents, and he would not have the energy to pay attention to more important things. The dragon's blood tree was the key. He could not wait to grow it and then mature it into a dragon's blood fruit. Xueling's white clothes fluttered as she approached. She saw Chu Li holding 2 wooden boxes and reached out to take them. Chapter 1867. Just as he had expected, even when he was outside the military formation and had the help of the life and death scripture, the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy only made the dragon blood branch more vigorous. It could not stop its vitality from flowing away. It was still losing its vitality quickly. More importantly, not only did the abundant spiritual energy not increase its vitality, it was also speeding up its loss of vitality. It was as if the vigorous spiritual energy was burning its life. Chu Li frowned deep in thought. He quickly cut off the spiritual energy and sealed all of it at the same time to prevent it from devouring it. As a result, the speed at which its vitality flowed was greatly reduced. This made Chu Li speechless. This blood dragon tree was different from other spirit herbs in every aspect. It was very strange. It was no wonder Zheng Xilai dared to release it. He was certain that no one could keep it alive. Chu Li recalled what he had said to Zheng Xilai earlier. Fresh blood. It was not dragon blood, but human blood. However, was it the blood of a man or a woman? Was it the blood of an ultimate yin body or an ultimate yang body? Or was it the blood of a virgin boy or a virgin girl? Unfortunately, he could not ask for the answer and could only deduce it himself. In a flash of inspiration, he bit his index finger, and the blood from his finger flowed onto a withered branch. When the blood landed on the withered branch, faintly discernible scales suddenly appeared. They were no different from real dragon scales, but they were not as big as dragon scales. However, they looked like dragon scales. It was indeed worthy of being called a blood dragon tree. It seemed that this tree was somewhat related to dragons. As soon as the scales appeared, they immediately disappeared, along with the blood. Chu Li's senses were extremely sharp. He was even more sensitive to his own blood. Even though he had entered the branch, he could still feel it. As he reached out and touched the branch, he could feel it even more clearly. He seemed to see the passages in the blood dragon tree branch that extended in all directions. In this way, the absorption of spiritual energy was extremely fast, and the loss of spiritual energy was also faster. It was indeed different from ordinary spirit herbs. After the blood entered it, it was quickly digested as if it had completely fused with the branch and was spread everywhere. Its vitality steadily increased. However, Chu Li's expression did not improve. He realized that after the vitality increased, it was still flowing away and the speed did not slow down. It seemed that the divine god's blood could increase its vitality, but could not become the source of it. It would still die. Even if it relied on its own blood to prolong its life, it wouldn't last long. This drop of blood could maintain its lifespan for a day. The key was that without a source of vitality, it could not bloom and bear fruit. Ling, drip a drop of blood on it, Chu Li said. Ling, who had been watching from the side, was already very curious. Seeing Chu Li bite his finger and drip blood, she became even more curious. Hearing what Ling said, she bit her index finger and dripped the blood onto the branch without hesitation. Her white and tender finger reflected the blood, making it look exceptionally red. The blood was like a pearl, but it slid down the branch and was not absorbed by it. Chu Li furrowed his brows. It seemed like his speculation was correct. The only thing it wanted to absorb was the enlightened master's blood. He would probably disdain the fresh blood of anyone other than a heavenly god. Chu Li shook his head helplessly. She was really picky. Young master, what happened? Ling pointed at the blood that had dripped onto the ground and disappeared into the soil. Do you want another drop? Let's try again, Chu Li said. Ling squeezed her slender and white index finger and squeezed out another drop of blood. She leaned forward, and her index finger and the branch were almost touching. The drop of blood steadily fell onto the branch, then slid down the branch and disappeared into the soil. This! Ling stood up and turned to look at Chu Li. Young master, what happened? It might be a little picky about blood, Chu Li said. Is my blood not clean? Ling was a little depressed. Chu Li smiled. It only wants the enlightened master's blood. So that's how it is. Ling let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Young master, it's too picky. It wants the enlightened master's blood. Chu Li said, the enlightened master's blood is useless. I'll think of another way. As he said this, he put the two branches back into the wooden box and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in Juyao Valley. If it was any other spirit herb, he would definitely not bring it to Juyao Valley, but not the blood dragon tree. Zhao Day's identity also needed him to return as soon as possible and show himself in front of others. Therefore, he did not have much time to study it. He needed to kill it in one strike and find the root of the problem as soon as possible. Asking the purple dragon and the Xianyuan tortoise was the shortcut. A moment later, the purple dragon and the mystic origin tortoise arrived. The two spirit beasts were at a loss when they saw the blood dragon tree. Clearly, they had never seen it before. Chu Li shook his head helplessly, then discussed with Zilong and decided to pour some dragon blood on it to test it out. Dragon blood had an extremely powerful corrosive ability, and it was no different from poison. Fortunately, there were two of them. The name of the blood dragon tree and the strange appearance of the blood dragon tree made him conclude that it was related to dragon blood, and he wanted to give it a try. Zilong readily agreed and quickly scratched its mouth with its claws. Blood began to flow from its mouth, and a few drops dripped onto the blood dragon branch. Sizzle. Soon, the blood dragon tree branch began to emit white gas. Chu Li hurriedly used his spiritual energy to protect it, but it was too late. As soon as the dragon's blood entered the tree branch, white steam immediately rose. Then, the scales of the branch appeared and fused with the dragon's blood. Chu Li watched helplessly as it melted in the dragon's blood. In the blink of an eye, only a wisp of white steam was left. The blood dragon's branch had already disappeared. Chu Li shook his head helplessly and stomped his feet. Zilong narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Li with some embarrassment. Chu Li patted its paw, indicating that it was all right, but he was at his wit's end. The omniscient mirror and heavenly star insight skill in his mind kept spinning, looking for a chance. After a while, he had a flash of inspiration and suddenly disappeared, reappearing at the 100,000 Hills ice pool. On a boulder beside the ice pool stood the little vermilion bird with rosy white skin. It was taking a nap with its eyes closed as if it was cultivating. When it sensed Chu Li's appearance, it opened its eyes and then closed them again. Chu Li asked, "Little vermilion bird, do you know about the blood dragon tree?" After his omniscient mirror and heavenly star insight skill spun rapidly, the little vermilion bird's figure suddenly flashed across the omniscient mirror. He hurriedly rushed over. "Blood dragon tree?" The little vermilion bird opened its small, intelligent eyes again. Zilong and Dark Origin Tortoise appeared right after and immediately leaped into the ice pool to play. Instantly, the calm ice pool became turbulent. Soon, waves crashed against the shore and were about to splash onto Chu Li and the little vermilion bird. Chu Li nodded and said, "I obtained a blood dragon tree branch, but I can't keep it alive. I'm sure you know that." "Oomph." The little vermilion bird turned its head away. Chu Li was overjoyed. This vermilion bird obviously knew about blood dragon trees. "If you can tell me how to cultivate blood dragon trees, I can help you become a vermilion bird," the little vermilion bird said. The little vermilion bird's voice rang in Chu Li's ears. "You're bluffing." Chu Li smiled and said, "Aren't Zilong and Dark Origin Tortoise only one step away?" "Oomph, they're still far from supreme grade." The little vermilion bird scoffed. "You can't help them become supreme grade." Chu Li said, "My master can help his dragon become a golden dragon. I can help too." "All right, there's no harm in telling you," the little vermilion bird said. "But you must help me cultivate every time you come over." "Of course." Chu Li nodded. "I'll come over once every 10 days." "All right," the little vermilion bird agreed happily. Chapter 1868. Other than our clan, I don't know about the blood dragon tree. The little vermilion bird's proud voice rang in Chu Li's mind. Chu Li nodded and looked like he was all ears. The little vermilion bird continued, "To make the blood dragon tree grow, you need the blood of 4 types of spirit beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. You should know this. Isn't that the heart technique you're cultivating? It's called the 4 spirits of heaven and earth." Chu Li asked, "The blood of the 4 spirit beasts. Combine the blood of the 4 types of spirit beasts and pour it on the tree. It'll naturally grow." The little vermilion bird scoffed. "Simple, right?" Chu Li smiled bitterly. "The blood of the 4 spirits. Do I need a supreme spirit beast?" "The blood dragon tree doesn't need a supreme spirit beast. Great one will do." The little vermilion bird said, "I can help you get the blood of the vermilion bird. You could do the rest yourself." "The blood of the white tiger." Chu Li shook his head. The little vermilion bird said, "Are you stupid? Just let your 2 fellows do it." "That's true." Chu Li smiled. As he spoke, he looked at the 2 spirit beasts who were having fun in the ice pond. The little vermilion bird glanced at them and scoffed arrogantly. Chu Li said, "Then let's start now. I'll leave the blood of the vermilion bird to you. Don't forget what you said." The clear voice of the little vermilion bird rang in his mind. Then it turned into a shadow and shot into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chu Li called out the 2 spirit beasts and asked them for help. The 2 spirit beasts agreed readily and soon disappeared into the sky. Chu Li felt uneasy as he watched them leave. The tiger was known as the king of beasts. Although that was only for wild beasts and was far from being the king in the 100,000 Hills, it should not be underestimated. It was far more powerful than ordinary spirit beasts. He did not know if the 2 spirit beasts could obtain the blood of the spirit tiger. If he hurt them because of this, he would feel guilty. About an hour later, the purple dragon and the mystic origin tortoise appeared. The purple dragon was holding a huge spirit tiger in its mouth. In front of the purple dragon, the spirit tiger was like an obedient cat, weak and powerless. The soul power of the purple dragon and the mystic origin turtle were both extremely powerful. It was only because their connection with Chu Li was different that he was able to see into their minds. Through the images in the minds of the purple dragon and the mystic origin tortoise, Chu Li knew that the 2 spirit beasts were now working very well together. One was in charge of baiting, while the other was in charge of launching sneak attacks. The mystic origin tortoise would attack first, but its shield was too sturdy, so its opponent could not do anything to it, even if it was exhausted. At this time, the purple dragon would appear and launch a sneak attack. When this huge spirit tiger saw the Xianyuan tortoise, it was bored and wanted to play with the Xianyuan tortoise to pass the time. In the end, it was caught and brought here. Chuli let out a long whistle. The little vermilion bird transformed into a shadow and shot over with a blood-red feather in its beak. When it came close to Chuli, it released its beak and the bright red feather fluttered down. Chuli, on the other hand, was a little hesitant. He did not dare to reach out and take it. He had suffered from the vermilion bird's feathers before. The blood is inside. Take it. The little vermilion bird's voice rang out. Chuli looked at the little vermilion bird. The little vermilion bird rolled her eyes. She could tell that Chuli was being cautious. She scoffed. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be long dead. Chuli smiled and took the bright red feather. Suddenly, a scorching aura seeped into his body, almost cooking him. Chuli originally thought that the little beast in the void of his mind would absorb it, which was why he dared to take the feather. However, he did not expect the little beast to ignore it. Chuli had no choice but to use the vermilion bird power. After the scorching aura circulated through his body, it turned into a warm aura and returned to his dantian. It was quite beneficial to him. Only then did he have the time to look at the bright red feather. It shone brightly under the sunlight, as if a rainbow had flashed by. The little vermilion bird sized up the spirit tiger and scoffed. You'd better be careful. It has parents. Chuli's expression changed slightly. He looked at the spirit tiger that had its eyes closed and hurriedly asked the purple dragon to put it down. Then, he went forward to pull out the sky killer sword and forcefully slashed the spirit tiger's calf. With great difficulty, he made a small cut and a few drops of blood flowed out. A few drops of blood slowly floated up and floated in the air like red beads. Chuli used the void as a bottle to hold them. He then asked the purple dragon and the Xianyuan tortoise to release some blood. Their blood beads also floated up slowly. Then, he told them to quickly put the spirit tiger back to its original position and sneak back after waking it up. He did not want to attract its parents. Even if its parents were not supreme spirit beasts, they were at least rank 1. It would be troublesome to provoke them. After the purple dragon and the Xianyuan tortoise left with the spirit tiger, Chuli used the sky killer sword to cut off the vermilion bird's feather. A few drops of bright red blood slowly flowed out of the tube of the feather. The little vermilion bird scoffed. How you fuse them is your problem. It's useless if you can't. Chuli slowly nodded. He suddenly disappeared from the 100,000 hills, along with the blood beads. Xueling was patrolling the island. She was now personally inspecting the island and did not allow anyone to go on the island to prevent secrets from being leaked. There were more and more secrets on the island. When she saw Chuli return, she went forward and bowed. Chuli said, I'm going to plant the blood dragon tree. No one can disturb me. Yes. Xueling nodded lightly. Chuli found a secluded spot and inserted 2 withered branches into the soil. Then, he began to fuse the blood of the 4 spirit beasts. To others, fusing the 4 spirit blood was extremely difficult. However, it was a piece of cake for him. He fused the 4 spirit beast heart techniques into one. As long as he infused the inner energy of the 4 spirit beast heart techniques into his spirit blood, they could be easily fused under the guidance of his inner energy. After the 4 spirit blood was fused, it turned into a pure white milk. It was rather strange. Chuli divided the 4 spirit blood into 10 and tried to drip a drop of blood onto a branch of the blood dragon tree. The blood dragon tree branch silently swelled as if it had become thicker, then slowly flattened. The drop of blood had already disappeared. The other 2 withered branches were also inserted into the soil. He poured a drop of the 4 spirit blood on them, and they were quickly absorbed. No matter how strange the blood dragon tree was, the life and death scripture could still work. As long as he used the 4 spirit blood and had the source of vitality, he could use the life and death scripture to reverse life and death. Unfortunately, he could not do anything about the branch from before. It had already been destroyed by the purple dragon's blood. He poured the remaining 7 drops of blood onto the remaining blood dragon tree branches. 3 drops for each withered branch, and 1 drop for the living branch. The surging spiritual energy covered the sky and earth. The blood dragon tree branches began to grow rapidly. It was the complete opposite of the situation without the source of vitality. Not only did the surging spiritual energy not consume the vitality, but it also strengthened it. This was the difference between having a source of vitality and not having one. He decided to delve deeper. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. Under the operation of the life and death scripture, the branch quickly grew taller and thicker. After half a day, it grew into a small tree. Then, the small tree blossomed and slowly bore fruit. The fruit was only the size of a pinky. After it appeared, the growth of the entire blood dragon tree slowed down. Chu Li's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt dozens of murderous intents directed at him. Therefore, he reminded Xueling not to let anyone near this place. He unsheathed the sky-regaining sword and replaced it with a modesty sword. Then he suddenly disappeared and appeared in a forest between the Zheng dynasty's military camp and the Great Light Peak. This forest was 100 miles away from the place where the murderous intents were emitted. For Master, it would only take a while. Chu Li had transformed into Zhao De. Chapter 1869. He actually saw Dong Guangyi. He really hadn't expected this. After Dong Guangyi fled in a sorry state the last time, logically speaking, Dong Guangyi should be cultivating bitterly in seclusion, knowing his shame and striving to become stronger. What was even more unexpected was that Zhao De was only a grandmaster. Even though he was a top-notch priest in the Holy Church of Light, Dong Guangyi did not need to make a move against him. Dong Guangyi was an enlightened master, so he could not simply attack a grandmaster. He shook his head in confusion. However, he saw Dong Guangyi raise his head and look in his direction. Then, with a point of his finger, 20 grandmasters beside him immediately moved out and dashed towards them. After activating the life and death scripture, Chu Li suppressed his cultivation level. However, even if a large part of his cultivation level was sealed, he still remained at the peak of the grandmaster. He was just a step away from the enlightened master and almost reached the level before he became an enlightened master. He was already invincible in the grandmaster and even had the ability to threaten the enlightened masters. He did not bring the heaven-killing sword with him, so he could not unleash the power of the heaven-killing sword technique. The modesty sword could not withstand the heaven-killing technique, or else it could kill an enlightened master. A moment later, Dong Guangyi hid in the void. 20 grandmasters had already appeared and surrounded Chu Li. It was obvious that they had come with ill intentions. Chu Li frowned and said, "I'm Zhao De from the Holy Church of Light." "Who are you?" "Black Tortoise Mountain," an elder said. Chu Li scoffed and said, "We have never had any grudges with Black Tortoise Mountain. What are you doing?" "Hand over the blood dragon branch." The robust old man spoke in a deep voice. Chu Li said, "Only the Zheng dynasty's emperor and our bishop know about the blood dragon branch." "How did you know?" The elder frowned and stared at him, trying to figure out the truth. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. "It seems that Zheng Xilai played us and wanted to reap the benefits. Don't you think it's strange that he could get such top-secret information? The spies in the military don't have such great abilities." He had already seen through the elder's thoughts. For what the old man saw, this report was sent by someone from the Black Tortoise Mountain's army. After the Black Tortoise Mountain's Black Tortoise Halls, elders studied it. They sent people to intercept the Blood Dragon's branch. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they still had to make this trip. As for the Holy Church of Light, they no longer cared about them. Back then, Sun Mingyue and Chu Li had joined forces to force the Holy Church of Light to capture one of their disciples, General Zhong Wancheng of the Qiu dynasty. Zhong Wancheng was very important to them, as he was the key figure for the Zheng dynasty to annex the Qiu dynasty in the future. Therefore, Black Tortoise Mountain hated Sun Mingyue to the core. Dong Guangyi didn't pay too much attention to these things. so he didn't show any hostility towards Sun Mingwei. However, since the Black Tortoise Hall Elder had made such a decision, as one of the Black Tortoise Hall Elders, he naturally had to comply. He would protect her in secret to ensure that nothing would go wrong. The old man frowned and pondered. He had already believed Chu Li's words, but there was nothing he could do even if he did. He knew that it was a trap, but he still had to step into it. As long as Chu Li had the Blood Dragon branch, they were also eager to get their hands on it so that they could create more martial arts masters. Now that they had the vitality-devouring tortoise, they already had enough martial arts masters. Chu Li said, "Zhang Shilai really has a good plan. Are we going to fall for it obediently? Where's the Blood Dragon branch?" The old man said slowly, "As long as you hand over the Blood Dragon branch, we'll let you go." Chu Li shook his head and said, "I don't have the Blood Dragon branch." Looks like you won't give up until you see your coffin." The old man's face darkened. Chu Li said, "You guys are so gullible. Zhang Shilai said that I have the Blood Dragon branch, so I have it?" "You definitely have it." The old man nodded slowly. "Otherwise, Zhang Shilai wouldn't have used us. Zhao Dei, if you don't hand it over, we'll have no choice but to offend you. We'll naturally be able to find it after we cripple you." Chu Li chuckled. "With just you guys?" Although he was prepared to use them to make a name for himself, he still gave them a chance. This was also where his bottom line was. As long as they did not seek death, he would not kill them. Most of the time, their efforts would be in vain. The old man waved his hand. Do it, kill him. He was prepared to cripple Chu Li, but when he attacked, he would often cause trouble for himself. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Even if he killed him with Dong Guangyi's spirit pill, as long as he was still breathing, he could be saved. 20 grandmasters pounced on Chu Li, almost all of them using their fists. The power of the Black Tortoise's divine fist was astonishing, and it was even more overbearing in their hands. When they joined forces, the fist force of several people could converge together, so they were very confident that as long as Chu Li was not an enlightened master, he would not be able to withstand their joint attack. Chu Li scoffed and looked up at the sky. A bright light descended from the sky and fell on his body. Suddenly, his whole body was shrouded in bright light, as if there was a flame burning in his body, and the flame swayed with the wind. Bang! Chu Li flashed like a ghost and escaped from the encirclement of the 20 people. With a punch of the divine light fist, a bright light from the flame shot out along with the fist force, and a punch sent a middle-aged man flying. The middle-aged man was in the air, clenching his fists and crossing his wrists. A vague shadow of a turtle shell appeared around his body. It was obviously the Black Tortoise power. Chu Li had cultivated the Black Tortoise power before, so he was very clear about its defensive power. This middle-aged man would not be able to withstand the divine light fist. Chu Li's punch looked like the divine light fist, but the inner energy that was used to activate the fist technique was the supreme diamond scripture. Although his cultivation level was suppressed, the purity of the supreme diamond scripture was still incomparable to his great light scripture. Bang! A dull sound came from inside the middle-aged man's body, and then he fell to the ground softly. He spat out blood from the corner of his mouth, like a pile of mud on the ground. He was powerless and could not get up. Chu Li's punch broke through his defense, and once his defense was broken, it was equivalent to breaking the Black Tortoise power. The Black Tortoise power could not be used temporarily, and his body was powerless. The rest of the people's expressions changed slightly. They were surprised by his ghostly body movement technique, and they were also surprised by the power of his divine light fist. According to their estimates, the divine light fist could not break through their Black Tortoise power. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Li's body was like a ghost, suddenly in front and suddenly behind. It was impossible to defend. One after another, the divine light fist was thrown out, and the grandmasters from the Black Tortoise Mountain were sent flying. It seemed that the 20 of them working together was useless. In front of Chu Li, they were like children without any resistance. Out of the 20 grandmasters, only 3 were left in the blink of an eye. The remaining 17 were lying on the ground, limp and unable to get up. They could only stare at him watching his every move, their eyes filled with hope. Chuli suddenly stopped and looked at the three grandmasters in front of him. One was a middle-aged man, and the other two were young men. The three of them looked calm, without a hint of fear. When they saw that Chuli had stopped, not only did they not escape, but they also took the initiative to attack Chuli. Chuli fluttered backward and said in a low voice, "It's better if the three of you know what's good for you. I'll spare your lives." "Oomph." One of the young men sneered. "Zhao, who asked you to spare me? If you have the guts, try and touch me. You have some skills, but unfortunately, you're too ugly. Sun Mingyue will never like you." Another young man sneered. Chu Li's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1870. "Shut up," Chu Li shouted and said coldly. "The bishop is not someone you can joke around with." "Hee, it seems like you really like the bishop." The young man smiled. Chu Li replied, "Who doesn't like the bishop? So you like him?" The young man continued to pursue him. Chu Li replied, "That's right, I like the bishop, respect him, and see him as a god, but it's not as dirty as you think. I have no intention of occupying him. The bishop is like the sky. How can I have any thoughts of blasphemy?" "Hee, you're not a man." The young man laughed. "No matter how powerful your bishop is, she's still a woman. Since she's a woman, she must have a man. I heard she likes Chu Li, right?" Chu Li's expression darkened. "Shut up. Falling flowers are affectionate, but the flowing water is unrequited. This is indeed a sad thing." The young man laughed and said, "But it's no wonder. Who told you to be ugly?" Chu Li's expression darkened. "You're trying so hard to provoke me, forcing me to kill you so that Dong Guangyi will have an excuse to attack. Am I right? Are you brother Dong Guangyi? How did you know?" The young man cried out. Chu Li laughed coldly. "How interesting. Isn't Dong Guangyi afraid of heavenly punishment for exploiting the loophole of the heavenly rule?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" Another elder shouted. "What heavenly rules?" Chu Li tilted his head and shook his head. "Looks like you're Dong Guangyi's senior. Master, right? Zhao Dai, you've brought disaster to the Holy Church of Light." The elder said, "Your bishop is no match for Guangyi." Chu Li laughed disapprovingly. "Dong Guangyi can defeat the bishop? What a joke." The elder said, "Although you admire your bishop, you can't say something so stupid, right? Dong Guangyi is on par with Chu Li. How can he not defeat Sun Mingyue?" Chu Li replied, "The bishop's martial arts are rare. It's just that he doesn't show it to the world. Dong Guangyi? He's just a funny guy with good luck, not worth mentioning." "Shut up," the old man shouted coldly. Chu Li said, "Dong Guangyi is an enlightened master, but he wanted to attack a grandmaster. Moreover, he even used such a despicable move. I really look down on him. How can someone like him compare to our bishop? What a joke. How dare you?" The elder charged at Chu Li. Like a ghost, Chu Li floated behind him and punched him in the back. He sensed that Sun Mingyue had finally gotten rid of Zheng Shilai's entanglement and rushed over. "Stop." It was as if a muffled thunder had exploded in his ears. Chu Li's movements paused for a moment before he flew up. Puffed. Chu Li spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Dong Guangyi suddenly appeared in the air and looked down at Chu Li. His eyes were as cold as lightning as he said, "What a priest from the Holy Church of Light. You have both wisdom and courage. How rare! How rare! Thank you for the compliment." Sun Mingyue's cold voice echoed in the air. She slowly emerged from the sky and caught Chu Li in midair. She placed one hand on his shoulder and lifted him up into the air. Dong Guangyi said in a low voice, "Bishop's son, this person hurt my master. I can only kill him." Sun Mingyue said, "Impossible. Looks like Bishop's son wants to go against me." Dong Guangyi said coldly. Sun Mingyue's eyes flickered behind her white veil. She said, "The Black Tortoise Mountain treats the Holy Church of Light like nothing. Dong Guangyi, let's not talk nonsense. Let's fight and see if the second most powerful person in the world is real." "Very well. I'm about to experience Bishop Sun's antique study." Dong Guangyi gritted his teeth and scoffed. As soon as he said that, He pounced forward and unleashed a black tortoise's divine fist. Sun Mingwe felt a gurgling force coming from Chu Li's back, which merged with the true supreme titanium scripture in her body. Instantly, her cultivation level increased by several folds. Then, she threw a light punch. It was the divine light fist that was activated by the true supreme titanium scripture. A white light flashed. The divine light fist had already collided with the black tortoise's divine fist. Bang! Amidst the earth-shattering sound, Dong Guangyi suddenly retreated, his face filled with shock. The grandmasters on the ground around them flew up one after another. They were weightless, as if they were plants that were being swept away. They flew 10 meters away and landed on the ground like leaves. Sun Mingwe felt a sense of satisfaction. It had been a long time since they worked together like this. After the two inner energies merged, they gave off a strange sense of power. It was as if they were the only one in the world. No one could surpass them. One punch could split mountains and rivers and destroy the stars and the moon. Driven by this feeling, she quickly punched out one punch after another. The endless fist shadows were like comets flying across the sky, falling toward Dong Guangyi. Dong Guangyi faced them with a straight face. Although the black tortoise's divine fist was no match, the shadow of a black tortoise floated on his body. He was channeling the black tortoise shield power. Although he did not have the black tortoise shield, the black tortoise shield power was still a strong defensive heart technique. However, as Sun Mingwe's fist force became stronger and purer, Dong Guangyi felt like he could not withstand it. There was a huge difference between having the black tortoise shield and not, but he was not at a disadvantage so quickly. He frowned. He was confused and angry. He did not expect that Sun Mingwe's cultivation level was lower than his, but her fist force was extraordinarily pure and overbearing. He could not withstand it and was forcefully restrained. He had never been so frustrated when he fought with Chu Li. He could only passively take a beating without being able to fight back. The fist force that was as fast as light had no choice but to take it head-on. Every time he took it head-on, he would not be able to dodge it in time. He could only take it head-on. If this vicious cycle continued, he would only be defeated in the end. He let out an angry roar, and his body suddenly swelled up. The shadow of the black tortoise became solid and suddenly burrowed into his body. He did not dodge the incoming divine light fist force. After taking the blow head-on, he threw a punch at Sun Mingwe. Bam! The divine light fist sent him flying. It was Chu Li and Sun Mingwe who suddenly accelerated the circulation of the supreme titanium scripture, doubling its power. In the air, Dong Guangyi shouted angrily, but the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. This was the first time he was so frustrated. He was forcefully suppressed and could not turn the tables, especially by a woman. Sun Mingwe's face, under the white veil, was smiling. The feeling of working together with Chu Li to plot against someone was too wonderful. It was intoxicating. Chu Li used the life and death scripture to suppress his external appearance. He looked like a grandmaster, but his internal appearance was gradually returning to the enlightened master's boundary. The supreme titanium scripture's depth and purity were not inferior to an enlightened master's. Dong Guangyi was completely suppressed by Chu Li and Sun Mingwe. Chu Li shouted, "Dong Guangyi, aren't you the second best in the world? This is the strength of the second best in the world." What a joke. Dong Guangyi's face darkened. He glared at Chu Li. Sun Mingwe scoffed. "If you leave now, I can spare your life. If you don't blame me for being ruthless." All right. Dong Guangyi took a deep breath and said slowly, "You forced me to use my ultimate move. You're more powerful than Chu Li, leader's son." Chu Li's eyes lit up. He did not kill Dong Guangyi back then because he wanted to take all of his skills and treasures. Dong Guangyi was like a treasure trove. It was a pity to kill him. Today, he could force another skill out of him. "Make your move." Sun Mingwe glanced at Chu Li and said. Dong Guangyi flashed and appeared in front of Sun Mingwe. He punched out and wanted to meet Sun Mingwe's fist. Chapter 1871. Just as her slender hand was about to touch the red bead, she suddenly paused and gently pushed it away. The red bead was deflected by an extremely soft force, as if an invisible wind had blown over and blown it back. Bang! Dong Guangyi's fist shattered the red bead. Water droplets splashed everywhere, and most of them landed on Dong Guangyi's fist. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly swung his hand. Then, a flash of cold light flashed past his waist, and a cold light slashed across his fist. TSS. His fist and wrist separated and fell to the ground. His fist flipped twice, and only the pink bone was exposed. His flesh had disappeared, and the bones seemed to be melting quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a puddle of pink water. Sun Mingyue's hair stood on end, and she was furious. If Chuli had not warned her in advance to be careful of his tricks and the red bead, she would have been poisoned. She might not have been able to expel such an overbearing and vicious medicine. Seeing that Dong Guangyi could only use self-harm to resist the medicine, she knew that there was no cure. Dong Guangyi had already sealed his wrist to stop the blood from flowing. His face was pale as he stared at Sun Mingyue and gritted his teeth. Good, good. I will never forget today's lesson. Leader Sun, we will meet again. Then, he suddenly disappeared in a thin air. The people on the ground stared at Sun Mingyue with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Dong Guangyi, who was second only to Chuli, was defeated so thoroughly and miserably. It was worse than facing Chuli. Could it be that Sun Mingyue's martial arts was stronger than Chuli's? They could not help but feel disappointed when they thought of this. Chuli landed on the ground and looked at the grandmasters. He scoffed and turned to Sun Mingyue. Leader, kill them all. Forget it. Sun Mingyue shook her head. An enlightened master's battle shouldn't involve the grandmasters. Chuli was shocked. Leader, we are enemies with the Black Tortoise Mountain. Letting them go is cruel to us. It's better to kill them. Sun Mingyue frowned and stared at him. Chuli had a stubborn look. Leader, you're an enlightened master. You can't do anything to them, but I can. Sun Mingyue said, as long as they swear not to go against the Holy Church, I will let them go. Bishop, Chuli hurriedly said, I've already made up my mind. Say no more. Sun Mingyue scoffed. Yes. Chuli pretended to be helpless and sighed. Then, he turned around and glared at the others. Swear on it. Count yourself lucky. Normally, even if they were to die, they would not swear an enlightened master's oath. It was too embarrassing, and it would make them look like they had no backbone. Grandmasters were not afraid of death at all. If they died, they could go up to the Grandmaster's boundary without being threatened by him. However, in such a situation, they had no intention of refusing. Sun Mingyue had defeated Dong Guangyi, and they could not help but feel admiration for her. Especially since she had defeated Dong Guangyi as a woman, it was even more admirable. Chuli watched as they swore their oaths before he turned around and sped away. Sun Mingyue quickly appeared beside him, and a faint fragrance drifted into his nose. He looked straight ahead as he sped forward. Sun Mingyue seemed to be supported by an invisible force as she followed him lightly. Actually, you don't have to help me. Chuli smiled. Isn't this satisfying? You can even make your name known. Unfortunately, it's just an empty reputation, Sun Mingyue said. I'll inevitably be burdened by it in the future. Chuli said, you can summon me with just a thought. How is it an empty reputation? Both of them had the supreme titanium scripture as a guide. They could sense each other with just a thought and appear beside each other in an instant. If Sun Mingyue encountered a top-notch enlightened master, he could rush over with just a thought and turn into Zhao De to join forces with her. Sun Mingyue shook her head. Chuli smiled. Don't you want the Holy Church of Light to be more peaceful? Sigh. Forget it. Sun Mingyue nodded. She did not want to carry an empty reputation. The title of the world's second master was indeed a burden, but it was also a great benefit. Others would have some scruples if they wanted to deal with the Holy Church of Light and would not dare to act recklessly. It would greatly benefit the Holy Church of Light. This was the reason why countless people pursued fame. It was not just for fame, but also for benefits. When Chu Li saw that she had agreed, he smiled. This was his repayment to Sun Mingyue. The blood dragon tree has grown, Chu Li said. Sun Mingyue's eyes lit up as she sized him up. She chuckled and nodded without saying anything. She was proud that Chu Li could do what others could not. Chu Li said, "After a while, when they bear fruit, I'll give you a few." "How many fruits can they bear?" Sun Mingyue asked. Chu Li shook his head. "I can't say for now. How many do you need?" Sun Mingyue thought for a while and said, 3. Chu Li said, "Let's see how many fruits you can bear. I'll give you half." He had grown 3 trees. If there were no accidents, he would be able to bear 30 blood dragon fruits. He was not prepared to take all of them for himself, nor did he want to take half of them. After all, Sun Mingyue had obtained the blood dragon tree branch, and he had to raise it by using the life and death scripture. Ultimately, the blood dragon tree was his foundation. Without Sun Mingyue, he would not have obtained it. "I don't need that much," Sun Mingyue said. Chu Li shook his head. "The world is changing now. The stronger the ability, the better." Sun Mingyue hesitated for a while before nodding slowly. Zhang Shilai paced back and forth in the tent with his hands behind his back. Initially, he and Sun Mingyue were acting as bait, waiting for Chu Li to fall for the trap and enter the tent. Then, they would kill him in one fell swoop. However, Sun Mingyue left halfway and ignored his attempts to stop her. If she continued to stop him, he would definitely fall out with her. This made him furious. He felt that he had been deceived. At this moment, footsteps were heard. He shouted, "Who's outside?" "It's me." Sun Mingyue's cold voice was heard. She lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Zhang Shilai's expression was still grim. He said, "I can't believe that cult leader's son has returned." Sun Mingyue laughed coldly and said, "You did it, didn't you?" "What?" Zhang Shilai frowned. Sun Mingyue said, "It's about Black Tortoise Mountain. You leaked the news to Black Tortoise Mountain and asked them to kill Priest Zhao, didn't you? If I hadn't arrived in time, Priest Zhao would have been killed by Dong Guanyi. You should be satisfied. Cult leader's son, what kind of person do you think I am?" Zhang Shilai shouted. Sun Mingyue said coldly, "What kind of person do you think I am? Am I that gullible?" Zhang Shilai waved his hand. "There must be some misunderstanding. Is Priest Zhao all right? I almost couldn't make it in time." Sun Mingyue said, "Outsiders don't know about Priest Zhao. Moreover, Black Tortoise Mountain went after the blood dragon tree. Apart from His Majesty and me, who else knows that Priest Zhao obtained the blood dragon tree branch? His Majesty, please don't quibble. You'll only make me look down on you." Sigh. Zhang Shilai shook his head and smiled bitterly. "This is really a misunderstanding. It's very likely that Black Tortoise Mountain has been keeping an eye on the blood dragon tree. When they noticed that something was amiss, they acted immediately. They would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. I'm very disappointed in His Majesty," Sun Mingyue said coldly. Then, Zhang Shilai hesitated. Sun Mingyue scoffed. "Don't worry. Since I've agreed to it, I won't go back on my word." "That's good." Zhang Shilai smiled. "Were the two of you waiting for me?" Chu Li's voice suddenly sounded from inside the tent. Then, he appeared out of thin air. Zhang Shilai's expression changed. Chapter 1872. Chu Li stood in the tent and looked at Zhang Shilai with a smile, then glanced at Sun Mingyue. Sun Mingyue stood motionless in the same spot. Zhang Shilai said, "Good. You're indeed the world's #1 master." Chu Li chuckled. "I'm flattered. Who can claim to be the world's #1? His Majesty doesn't seem to care about me at all. He purposely set up such a trap to kill me. Am I that easy to kill?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on Sun Mingyue. "Leader's son, how do we end up like this?" Sun Mingyue said nothing. Chu Li shook his head. "Will you only be satisfied if I die?" Sun Mingyue remained silent and looked elsewhere. Sigh. Chu Li sighed and revealed a disappointed look. Zhang Shilai was secretly amused. Chu Li was too sentimental. It was a pity that Sun Mingyue had to kill Chu Li no matter how sentimental she was because of her grandmaster's death. Otherwise, she would not be able to explain it to her master. Between righteousness and selfishness, Sun Mingyue still chose righteousness. No one could say who was right or wrong. However, he felt a little sad for Chu Li. He had met such a beautiful woman, but in the end, he was going to be abandoned. He took a deep breath and said calmly, Chu Li, you shouldn't have come. Chu Li said, Isn't this what His Majesty wants? You must have something up your sleeve and think that I'm dead for sure. That's right, Zhang Shilai said slowly. As he spoke, his aura suddenly converged, as if he had become a person who did not know martial arts. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Looks like you're trying to stall me with words so that you can use your ultimate technique. Zhang Shilai's expression changed slightly. He was secretly shocked, but he smiled. So what if I am? Chu Li, do you dare to take a hit from me? Of course not. Chu Li smiled. He suddenly appeared behind Zhang Shilai in a flash and hit him with his palm. Bang! Zhang Shilai flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He shouted, Leader's son. Sun Mingwei sighed and suddenly stood in front of Chu Li. She met his divine light fist. Bam, 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 bam. Chu Li and Sun Mingwei exchanged more than 10 punches and palms. The inside of the tent was a complete mess. Everything had been smashed into pieces. The writing table, the armchair, the scrolls and files on the table, and all sorts of furniture had been reduced to powder and scattered all over the ground. Chu Li said in a low voice, Do you really want to go against me? Sun Mingyue said lightly, Now that things have come to this, is there still a way out? All right, very well, Chu Li said coldly. As a leader of a church, you have to extinguish your emotions and desires. I'm really impressed. Bang, 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 bang. The two of them exchanged more than a dozen punches. The tent was about to be swept up, but it was blocked by an invisible force. Sun Mingyue and Chu Li chatted as they fought. Why do I have to stop you? Isn't it better to just kill him? Sun Mingyue said in his mind. Chu Li said, I want to witness his antique study. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, he saw the surrounding blood-red, inauspicious energy surging like blood. It surged towards Zhang Shilai and continuously entered his body. Zhang Shilai's body was like a whirlpool that continuously absorbed the blood-red, inauspicious energy. His body was rapidly becoming stronger, and his aura was getting stronger. Finally, it was like a god's field. However, this extremely dense, inauspicious energy was much stronger and more powerful than the inauspicious energy from the formation outside. In just a short while, the temperature in the tent suddenly dropped, as if it was an ice house. This was all due to the dense, inauspicious energy. You really are crazy, Sun Mingyue said impatiently. He must have the confidence to kill you. It's better not to witness this antique study. Now that Chu Li had the black tortoise shield and the black tortoise shield, he could use them together with the supreme, indestructible body of Vajra. The strength of his defense was beyond imagination. He also wanted to take the opportunity to test the power of the two techniques. Moreover, he also had the black tortoise shield that could block the sky regicide sword. Chu Li said, If I don't completely destroy their military formation, they won't give up. Their ambition will not die. Even if you destroy their military formation, their ambition will not die. Sun Mingyue scoffed. Chu Li smiled. When they are at their wits' end and can't stop me, they will naturally become obedient. Take this. Bam! Sun Mingyue was sent flying. Chu Li's supreme Vajra palm hit her chest. As the supreme Vajra palm did not have the support of the golden light, its power was greatly reduced. However, it still made Sun Mingyue vomit blood, and the white veil covering her face was dyed red. Ha! 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 Zhang Shilai looked up and laughed. Chu Li, since you're looking for death, I will fulfill your wish. Take this. Zhang Shilai's appearance was only slightly pale, as if he was sick. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had just woken up from a hangover. However, his eyes were bright as fire as he stared at Chu Li. He laughed wildly and slapped his palm. The omniscient mirror saw that this palm was dense, inauspicious energy. This was turning the surrounding military formations inauspicious energy for his own use. It was indeed a miraculous technique. When enlightened masters and grandmasters entered the military formation, spiritual energy would be cut off, and the source of their inner energy would be cut off. Once their inner energy was depleted, they would not be able to replenish it and would be no different from a normal person. The military formation might not necessarily be able to trap grandmasters and enlightened masters. As long as they could escape from the formation before their inner energy was depleted, it would be fine. However, if there were grandmasters and enlightened masters in the military formation, and there were more of them, delaying the masters who entered the formation, the result would be extremely fatal. Without inner energy, enlightened masters would not be able to exert their power no matter how strong they were. Formations could not trap enlightened masters. Spiritual energy from the outland was not bound by the spiritual energy of this world. However, military formations were an exception. Inauspicious energy was born from the human heart and soul. When people wanted to kill, the earth would shake and the mountains would not be able to invade. Chu Li used a heavenly king palm to clash with Zheng Shilai. As soon as the heavenly king palm was used, the surrounding inauspicious energy surged and formed a palm print to clash with Zheng Shilai's palm energy. Boom! An earth-shattering muffled sound was like an explosion above their heads. The big tent shook and was about to be uprooted at any time. Chu Li let out a smile. He did not expect the heavenly king palm to give him such a surprise. Not only could it condense spiritual energy, but could also condense inauspicious energy. Zheng Shilai's pale face showed suspicion. He felt that Chu Li's palm was inauspicious energy. It was not a good feeling to have the inauspicious energy enter one's body. He was enduring the pain and trying to get rid of Chu Li in the shortest time possible. Once he got rid of Chu Li, his imperial hegemony was just around the corner. Thinking of this, the original pain was not so painful anymore. It was bearable. Bam, 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 bam. The two of them exchanged 20 palms in a row. Sun Mingwei had already retreated to the side. Chu Li scoffed and said, "This is what you're relying on, Your Majesty. Don't be ridiculous. There are still people lying in ambush, right? Let's attack together." All right. Zheng Shilai's pale face was extremely gloomy. He realized that he could not take down Chu Li. Sun Mingwei looked like she could not withstand the inauspicious energy and could not help. He could only use his last resort. Chi! Suddenly, a flame rushed out of his sleeve and blasted the big tent to the sky. Bam! A firework exploded in the sky. Kill! The soldiers in the big camp seemed to be boiling and began to practice the military formation. Suddenly, the power of the military formation increased greatly and the inauspicious energy became several times stronger. Chapter 1873. Bam, 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 bam. Chu Li and Zheng Shilai exchanged palm energy and smiled. This is more like it. Through the tent, he could see that these 100 grandmasters relied on the battlefield, so they were more adapted to the inauspicious energy. Their strength was not affected in the military formation, and the clothes they wore were different, faintly exuding a kind of power. Chu Li felt the power of the military flag on them, as if their clothes were made of military flags. In this way, not only could they suppress the inauspicious energy, but they could also command and use it. They really put in a lot of effort. One must know that the military flag was where the soul of an army was. It was a great waste for them to be used like this. Chu Li, you will die today. Zheng Shilai gritted his teeth and sneered. You killed 200 grandmasters from the Zheng dynasty before, and there are still 100 outside. If you have the ability, kill them all. Chu Li said lightly, so what if I kill them? Zheng Shilai scoffed. This time, it's not you killing them, it's them killing you. How much inner energy do you have left? Chu Li said, more than your majesty. As soon as he said that, his palm suddenly turned blue, as if it was smeared with a layer of blue. Zheng Shilai frowned, feeling that it was inappropriate, but he still took it. Bam! Zheng Shilai suddenly froze. Then a cold light flashed, and Zheng Shilai's head was separated from his body, but there was no blood. Your Majesty! Sun Mingwei screamed and scoffed angrily. Chu Li, how dare you? Chu Li said coldly, Zheng Xilai is dead, and you still want to join forces with the Zheng dynasty. It's none of your business who I join forces with, right? Sun Mingwei said coldly. Hearing the conversation between the two, the 100 grandmasters outside could no longer stay. They fiercely moved forward and waved their palms. Regardless of Chu Li or Sun Mingwei, the palm energy concentrated on the tent, wanting to destroy the people inside along with the tent. TSK. With a light whistle, their movements suddenly slowed down. The space around them had become extremely viscous, and every movement was strenuous. Then, a flash of lightning broke out of the tent and appeared in front of them. Then, they watched as Chu Li wielded his sword and leisurely walked among them. Wherever he passed, the sword would cut off their heads at the same time. One by one, their heads rolled to the ground. In the blink of an eye, not a single one of the 100 grandmasters was spared. All of them died under his sword. Sun Mingwei raised her head to look at the sky, but she did not see the heavenly gate. She turned to look at Chu Li. Chu Li calmly replied, "Their souls have been destroyed, so they can't ascend to the Outland." "Why?" Sun Mingwei was surprised. Chu Li said, "The celestial beings have come to this realm to stir up trouble and start a war so that the grandmasters can ascend to heaven. This is also for the safety of the realm beyond heaven." Sun Mingwei gently nodded and said, "It doesn't matter if we kill these people. They should still be placed in the Outland boundary. Why must we destroy them? We have to let the grandmasters understand that this path won't work," Chu Li said calmly. Sun Mingwei frowned and said, "Why do you have to do this? If the realm beyond heaven is finished, we won't be spared either." She had always felt that Chu Li had a unique vision and a broad vision. He should not be so disregarding the overall situation. Although the celestial beings had gone overboard, they could ascend to the Outland if they died. To the grandmasters, it was not a big deal. It was just that those who had not reached the grandmaster's boundary would suffer. However, there were always winners and losers in everything. This was inevitable. Chu Li smiled faintly and said, "The realm beyond heaven really needs these grandmasters to ascend? They're just being stingy and transferring their losses to this realm." "Why do you think so?" Sun Mingwei was puzzled. Chu Li said, "Think about it. If the Holy Church of Light and the Tempest Temple were to fight, would the Holy Church of Light speed up the recruitment of innate masters and even acquired masters?" Sun Mingwei frowned slightly. Chu Li sneered and said, "How will the acquired masters and innate masters affect the war between the two sects?" Sun Mingwei frowned and shook her head gently. It was the grandmasters and even enlightened masters who decided the outcome of the two sections. As for the acquired masters and innate masters, they were not the main force in the fight. Instead, they were the targets to be protected. They were the seeds and the future. Looking at the situation in the realm beyond heaven, these grandmasters would go up to participate in the war. She had never thought about this problem carefully. Chu Li sneered. "After the celestial beings of this realm die, even if they recover their strength, they will only be rank 9. What can a rank 9 master do in a war with an Azura? It's just a consumable that's going to die. Using 100 grandmasters to get rid of one is just so that the celestial beings don't suffer any more losses. To think that all these grandmasters are so excited to go to the grandmaster's boundary. They think that it's a wonderful thing." Sun Mingwei rolled her eyes at him. She did not realize this problem in the past. She only felt that the realm beyond heaven was in trouble. It was reasonable for the celestial beings to descend to the mortal world to create more grandmasters. Even if they were dissatisfied, it was not to the extent of wanting to kill the celestial beings. After listening to Chu Li's words, she finally understood why Chu Li did not care about the big picture and killed the celestial beings. Chu Li said in a low voice, "I want the grandmasters to wake up. Otherwise, they will be unscrupulous and even dare to kill me just to ascend to the realm beyond heaven. From then on, I want to see which grandmaster still dares to act presumptuously in front of me. If they act presumptuously elsewhere, I will still destroy their bodies and souls. This way, you will become the world's public enemy." Sun Mingwei frowned and said, "Why do you have to go this far? Even if the Grandmasters did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Chu Li, they would still secretly hate him and want to kill him. He would become a sharp sword hanging above their heads, ready to take their lives at any time. They would not dare to act recklessly, and their dissatisfaction would only grow deeper. Chu Li said lightly, "If I don't go this far, the world will not be at peace." Sun Mingwe sighed. They had talked about this last time. She could not persuade him anymore, so she could only lend him a hand. Chu Li suddenly frowned. "You go first." Sun Mingwe asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Li said, "Pretend to escape first." "All right." Sun Mingwe felt that it was inappropriate, but she did not object. The two continued to exchange palms. Then, Sun Mingwe turned into a white light and shot into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chu Li let out a sigh of relief and looked up at the sky. The military formation continued to operate, and the soldiers worked hard to practice. The murderous aura was as thick as blood. Suddenly, 3 rays of light fell from the sky and landed in front of Chu Li. The light converged, and the figures of 3 level 1 celestial appeared. Chu Li felt the pressure from them. 3 level 1 celestial at once. The Grandmasters really thought highly of him. All 3 of them were old men. Their appearances were simple and unsophisticated. Their faces were calm and indifferent, and there was not a trace of emotion in their eyes. They looked at Chu Li as if they were looking at a stone. "Chu Li?" The old man in the middle said in a low voice. Chu Li said slowly, "What can I do for you? We were ordered to ask you a few questions." The old man said in a low voice. Chu Li nodded. "Please speak." The old man's eyes suddenly lit up like a sword piercing him. He said in a low voice, "You want to go against the Grandmasters?" Chu Li shook his head. The old man's expression relaxed, and he said lightly, "You should know the result of going against the Grandmasters." "I've seen it," Chu Li said. The old man said slowly, "That was just a warning." Chapter 1874. The elder saw his smile and felt that it hurt his eyes. He said coldly, "You don't believe it?" Chu Li shook his head. "Of course I believe it. The Grandmaster is supreme. I'm just an enlightened master." "It's good that you know," the elder said coldly. "It seems like you're a sensible person. Why did you do such a thing?" He pointed at the 100 Grandmasters on the ground and shook his head. "How can the Grandmaster forgive you?" Chu Li said, "The Grandmasters are fearless because they can ascend to the Grandmaster. They even dare to kill an enlightened master like me. If I don't kill them, they'll think that I'm afraid of them. If I don't destroy their bodies and souls, how can the dignity of an enlightened master remain?" The elder frowned and stared at him. Chu Li said, "The dignity of an enlightened master is not to be blasphemed. This is the truth everywhere. Can enlightened masters be treated as they please in the Grandmaster?" About that, the elder hesitated. This was indeed a problem. The status of an enlightened master was extremely high. Even if they ascended to the Grandmaster, the status of an enlightened master was still exceptionally high. It was far beyond the average celestial being. That was because an enlightened master had greater potential and would definitely achieve greater things in the future. Even an enlightened master who died young was far beyond the average celestial being. Chu Li said, "The dignity of an enlightened master is not to be blasphemed. The actions of these celestial beings are no different from encouraging the Grandmasters to rebel against the enlightened master. The dignity of an enlightened master is gone. The people are not afraid of death, so how can they be afraid of death? These Grandmasters are not afraid of death. To them, an enlightened master is nothing. No matter how powerful they are, they're just helping them ascend to the Grandmaster." About that, the elder frowned. He deeply agreed with it. Because he was originally an enlightened master, he was able to become a rank 1 celestial being. He was also very protective of the dignity of an enlightened master. Chu Li scoffed. "I don't know what the Grandmaster is thinking. They let these celestial beings act so recklessly and cause chaos in the world. The enlightened master has completely lost control. He's a mere figurehead. What's the point of being an enlightened master?" The Grandmaster has its own considerations. An elder beside him said, As the enlightened master of this world, you should be in awe of the Grand Master. I'm in awe of the Grand Masters. Chuli nodded. But I can't be in awe of the things these celestial beings have done. We will report this to the realm beyond heaven. The old man from before said in a deep voice, But what about this? Zhang Shilai is a heavenly deity. How can you destroy his body and soul? As he spoke, he pushed his palms forward. Suddenly, a strange light fell on Zhang Shilai's head. Chuli smiled faintly. The light circulated for a long time before it was extinguished. The faces of the three old men darkened. A Grandmaster's soul was very useful, but compared to an enlightened master, it was not worth mentioning. An enlightened master was equivalent to tens of thousands of Grandmasters, or even hundreds of thousands. Without the soul of Zhang Shilai, the Empyrean Realm Master, it was no different from losing a first-grade Celestial. It was a great loss. Even when fighting with Azura Realm cultivators, it was rare to lose a level 1 Celestial, but they had lost one here. How could they not be angry? Chuli calmly asked, Seniors, do you know where this is? Where? The old man from before said in a deep voice. Chuli pointed to his surroundings. This is the Zheng dynasty's military camp, and they've set up a military formation. Zhang Shilai set a trap for me to come in and kill me. Within the military formation, he can manipulate the inauspicious energy, and the three of you should know how harmful the inauspicious energy is to the soul. He could beat 1, 2, or even 3 level 1 Celestials, but he could not beat 10 or even 20. Moreover, he had to guard against the Grandmasters attacking his friends and family. Therefore, he would drag it out and ease it if he could. No matter how dissatisfied he was with the heavenly deities, he needed to deal with it in a more rounded way. He could not blindly kill. Killing was only a means, not the end. In the end, he still had to maintain peace in the world. So, Zhang Shilai is up to no good? The old man from before said in a deep voice. Chuli said, He wants to destroy my body and soul, so I naturally have to pay him back in his own coin. Otherwise, how can I deter others? It makes sense. The three old men frowned and slowly nodded. If it was them, they would do the same. If the other party could do it, they could do it too. They cannot be soft-hearted. There is no problem with Chu Li's way of doing things, but unfortunately, it was an enlightened master who died. Chu Li said, Seniors, are you here to condemn me? That's not it. They shook their heads. If they really wanted to kill Chu Li, it would not be just the three of them. Chu Li nodded. Seniors, you can report my thoughts to the Grandmasters. If the Grandmasters need manpower, why would they involve innocent people? I have an idea. What idea? Hold a martial arts circle convention, or even a martial arts circle convention every year. Chu Li said calmly, If the Grandmasters can give 3 enlightened masters or a huge reward, the people of the martial arts world won't work hard, and the Grandmasters won't work hard. The old man in the middle thought for a while and nodded. That's a good idea. Chu Li said, This way it can stimulate the people of the martial arts world to work hard, and it won't involve innocent people. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's much better than creating a mess and giving the Azuras an opportunity. All right, I'll report your idea later. The old man in the middle nodded. But Chu Li, you have to be careful. You can let it go this time, but if you do it again, there will be punishment. Chu Li fist saluted. The 3 old men looked at each other and leaped up, instantly turning into 3 rays of light that shot into the sky. A light gate vaguely appeared in the sky and slowly became clearer. The 3 rays of light rushed into the light gate, and then the light gate slowly disappeared. Chu Li felt the murderous intent coming from the divine gate. It was obvious that many people wanted to kill him, but they did not have the chance to come. Chu Li looked at the direction where the divine gate disappeared. He felt that the divine gate had always been in a certain place, and it was not wandering. He turned his head and looked around. The army outside the tent was still practicing. The sound of killing was endless, and the killing intent was shocking. However, with Zhang Shilai dead, the army's military spirit was gone, and they were not as big of a threat. He held back the urge to kill and kill all the soldiers and rushed into the sky, directly to St. Peace City. In St. Peace City, a dazzling ray of light descended from the sky and landed in the Imperial House. Chu Li entered St. Peace City and went straight to the Imperial House. He saw a young man standing on the high platform of the Imperial House in the light pillar. His body bathed in clear light, and his aura was constantly rising. The enlightened master's field gradually formed, and he was already an enlightened master. The new enlightened master had already been conferred, and it was almost complete. The young man was handsome and quite similar to Zheng Donglai. He was burly and strong, different from Zheng Shilai's thin and elegant appearance. A group of guards and maids knelt below the high platform, shouting, "Your Majesty." Chu Li frowned and looked at the young man. His eyes were determined, and his expression was calm. He was not an easy character to deal with. It seemed that Zheng dynasty was prospering, and there were a few outstanding people. It was a pity that they met him. They were born at the wrong time. The light pillars slowly disappeared, and the young man stepped on the void and looked down at the crowd. He said calmly, "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The crowd shouted. An old guard came forward and presented a bright yellow dragon robe. "Your Majesty, please change. There's no hurry." The young man waved his hand and said, "You may all leave. Let old General Hu come over." Chapter 1875. The young man slowly landed on the stage and took a step forward. He gently stepped off the stage and walked towards the basilica in the south. When he arrived at the basilica, he calmly sat on a chair and pondered. Chu Li suddenly appeared in the basilica. The young man looked up at Chu Li and frowned. "Who are you?" Chu Li smiled. "The person who helped you ascend the throne." "What do you mean by that?" The young man's frown deepened. "You're ridiculous." Chu Li shook his head. "Looks like your brain isn't as fast as Zheng Shilai and Zheng Donglai. You're Zheng Donglai's son, right? Who are you?" The young man's face darkened. He vaguely sensed Chu Li's identity. Chu Li smiled. "Chu Li, you're Chu Li?" The young man stood up and raised his hand to slap the armrest of the chair. Chu Li's gaze fell on his hand, and he smiled faintly. The young man slowly put his hand down. "You're really Chu Li?" Chu Li laughed. "Is there anyone else who impersonates me? Why are you here?" The young man scoffed. Chu Li said, "You're Zheng En, right?" "That's right." The young man scoffed. "How dare you?" Chu Li shook his head and sighed. "You're very lucky." Zheng En was far inferior to Zheng Donglai and Zheng Shilai in terms of intelligence and will. Although he was young, he was impetuous and spoke without thinking. He did not have the bearing of an emperor. Zheng En scoffed. "What do you mean by that? When there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is king." Chu Li sighed. "Like father, like son. Zheng En, you're far worse than the previous two emperors. You've disappointed me." "What are you disappointed about?" Zheng En scoffed. "You're so fake." Chu Li laughed. "Yes, it may seem fake, but it's the truth. The Zheng dynasty is finished in your hands. Are you going to continue attacking the Ji dynasty?" "Of course," Zheng En said without hesitation. "I'll never give up the will of the previous emperor." Chu Li sighed. "Does that mean I have to kill you too? If you want to kill me, then kill me. If I even frown, then my surname is not Zheng." Zheng En snorted. Chu Li looked at him with his head held high and chest puffed out. Chu Li did not have the intention to kill him. He calmly said, "If I don't kill you, you'll kill me, right? We're destined to be enemies." "That's right," Zheng En said in a deep voice. "My father's vengeance is absolutely irreconcilable. If I don't avenge him, I'm not a son." Chu Li smiled. "Then how are you going to kill me? You don't have the ability of your father and uncle. You don't even deserve to carry my shoes." "Arrogant," Zheng En sneered. "Do you really think you're invincible?" Chu Li said, "I don't deserve to be called invincible, but I can easily defeat you." As he spoke, he gently flipped his palm. "I will definitely kill you," Zheng En said solemnly. While the two of them were talking, an old man clad in armor strode over. He had a long sword at his waist, and his red face was covered in frost. It was obvious that he had just experienced a dusty journey. "I, Hu Jing, greet your majesty." The red-faced old man entered the basilica and closed fists saluted. "Old General Hu, you may rise." Zhang In stood up and raised his hand. He said in a deep voice, I invited you here to discuss military matters. Your Majesty, the plan now is to boost the morale of the soldiers before you personally go into battle, so that the morale of the generals and soldiers will not be affected, Hu Jing said in a deep voice. If that's the case, there's no way to fight this war. We'll be defeated in one battle. I've decided to personally go into battle. Zhang In said in a deep voice, Old General, accompany me. Yes, Your Majesty. Hu Jing closed fists saluted. He looked up at Chu Li and frowned. Chu Li stood there very conspicuously. He had no respect for the emperor at all. Based on Hu Jing's years of experience, he could tell at a glance that Chu Li still looked down on Zhang In. It was intolerable. Chu Li looked at him with a smile. Your Majesty, this is... Hu Jing said in a deep voice. Zhang In waved his hand. Old General, you can go first. Chu Li showed a look of approval. Zhang In was not completely brainless. At times like this, his brain worked very quickly. He chuckled and said, Your Majesty, why hide it from me? I'm Chu Li. Chu Li. Hu Jing frowned and his expression changed. He shouted, Chu Li? Chu Li of the Ji dynasty? Chu Li nodded and smiled. It seems that general who has heard of my humble name. Chu Li, how dare you come into the imperial house? Hu Jing shouted, Why aren't you backing off? As he spoke, he took a step forward and blocked in front of Zhang In. The new emperor was an enlightened master, while he was only a grandmaster. Chu Li should have some scruples. Chu Li said, You're a loyal subject. Do you want to retreat from the Ji dynasty? Everything is up to the emperor. Hu Jing scoffed. Chu Li, it's not up to you to decide. Besides, we've always been enemies. Chu Li nodded. All right, if that's the case, I can only kill you, new emperor. I like to see how many talents the Zheng dynasty has and how many emperors they can produce. Wait, Hu Jing said. Chu Li, you've crossed the line. Why don't you let the militarists decide on their own? Chu Li shook his head. Impossible. If that's the case, do you really want to fight to the death? Hu Jing said coldly. Chu Li said, You can either retreat or kill your emperor. Hu Jing turned his head and said, Your Majesty, why don't we retreat? Old General. Zhang In cried out involuntarily. Hu Jing gave him a look. Zhang In frowned at him. Hu Jing said, We can retreat, but Chu Li, you can't kill the Zheng dynasty's emperor anymore. Chu Li smiled faintly. You're not qualified to negotiate with me. Retreat or not, you can only choose one. Chu Li, don't push it too far. Hu Jing shouted. Chu Li shook his head. What's the use even if you summon more people? The imperial house protectors are weak. It's better not to let them die. All right. Hu Jing gritted his teeth and turned his head. Your Majesty, let's retreat. No. Zhang In shook his head slowly. He felt that this was an extraordinary shame and humiliation. The previous emperors had never thought that there would be such a scene today. If he couldn't wash away the humiliation of this scene, he would be unworthy of being a son, unworthy of being a disciple of the Zheng family. How could he endure under such circumstances? Your Majesty, we have to lower our heads when we're under someone else's roof. Hu Jing said, He's powerful now. It's better to protect ourselves for now. I can't tolerate it. Zhang In gritted his teeth and glared at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled. Since you can't tolerate it, I'll send you on your way. There's bound to be a disciple of the Zheng dynasty who can tolerate it. Chu Li, Zhang In's eyes were filled with hatred. He wanted to cut Chu Li into 1,000 pieces and fry him in a pot of oil. Chu Li was used to this kind of gaze. He smiled at him. Make an enlightened oath that the Zheng dynasty will not attack the Ji dynasty within 100 years. Then, we'll live in peace and we can still be friends. If not, he shook his head. He looked like he had everything in his heart. Your Majesty, Hu Jing said, make the oath. Hu Jing, Zhang In's face darkened. You've been trying to persuade me to make the oath. What's your motive? Hu Jing knelt on the ground and knocked his head on the floor. Blood flowed out after 2 knocks. Your Majesty, You must prioritize the Zheng dynasty. What's your personal honor compared to the country? Chapter 1876. Chu Li said lightly, Zheng In, do you think your courage is commendable? Or do you think I won't be able to wipe out the entire Zheng family? Chu Li, don't go overboard. Zheng In scoffed angrily. If you don't swear, I'll kill you, Chu Li said calmly. You should know that I can do it. Zheng In met Chu Li's calm gaze, and his heart tightened inexplicably. Since Chu Li was able to kill his father and his uncle amidst thousands of soldiers and horses, it would be easy for him to kill him here. Compared to his father and uncle, the difference in their cultivation levels was like heaven and earth. He was definitely no match for Chu Li. Even if all the masters from the imperial house joined forces, it would still be useless. Chu Li said, I don't want to say any more. There are only two options. Hu Jing heaved a long sigh. Your Majesty, for the sake of the Zheng dynasty, you should swear. All right, I swear. Zheng In nodded slowly. Wait. With a shout, four old men appeared in the hall. Chu Li looked at the four elders with a faint smile. Their eyebrows were snow white, and their faces were as smooth and rosy as a baby's. They were worthy of the name of having white hair and a youthful complexion. Chu Li saw through their identities at a glance. They were celestial beings. Hu Jing frowned at the four old men and said in a deep voice, For reverence, don't be rude. These four elders were the officials of the imperial house. Their status was high, and they only reported to the emperor, but Hu Jing did not take them seriously. The four elders looked at him deeply, then at Zheng In. Chu Li said, I'm surprised that the Zheng dynasty's imperial celestial beings are still alive. Chu Li, don't you dare be presumptuous. An old man frowned and snorted. Don't think that we're afraid of you, just because you've killed so many celestial beings. This is the Zheng dynasty's palace, not a place for you to act presumptuously. Chu Li frowned. He didn't expect there to be such a fearless celestial being. Looking at their bright and resolute eyes, it was clear that they had the will to die. Once the Zheng Empire withdrew its troops, these celestials wouldn't be able to complete their mission, so there was no point in staying here. They wanted to return to the realm beyond heaven and be punished as soon as possible. For reverence, shut up, Hu Jing shouted. A heavenly being snorted and said, Hu Jing, where are you from? Are you a citizen of the Zheng dynasty or the Ji dynasty? Hu Jing said coldly, Heaven and earth can bear witness to this whose intentions. On the other hand, you high priests are baffling and don't know what you're talking about. Zheng In waved his hand and scoffed. Be quiet. He looked at Chu Li with a solemn expression. His gaze had calmed down and was no longer filled with hatred. Chu Li felt that he had grown a lot in just a short while. It was as if he had suddenly gone from being ignorant to mature and had finally stepped into the world of an emperor. He nodded in satisfaction. He was not afraid of people who were thoughtful and resourceful. He liked to deal with smart people because they could save him a lot of effort, unlike now where he needed a lot of effort to achieve his goal. If Zheng In was an extremely smart person, as long as he appeared and said a few words, he would obediently swear. Zheng In pointed to the sky and swore that he would never invade the Ji dynasty again during his reign, but if the Ji dynasty dared to attack, he would annihilate them. Chu Li furrowed his brows. Zheng In even played a small trick. If the Ji dynasty attacked, they would surely be annihilated. It was not difficult to trick the Ji dynasty into attacking first. Then the Zheng dynasty would be able to take advantage of the situation and attack. It was a wishful thinking. Unfortunately, this was easy to overcome. He just had to set a firm rule that the Ji dynasty was not allowed to cross the border. He also needed to suppress the Ji dynasty. Otherwise, Lung Shouren would have already sent his troops. Xiao San came out of the imperial residence of King Cheng and leisurely went to a restaurant in Fairy's capital. He followed his old habit of ordering a pot of fine wine and 4 plates of appetizers. He leisurely enjoyed 4 hours of leisure time and completely relaxed. Ever since he entered the imperial residence of King Cheng, according to the young lord's orders, he had been very careful every day, afraid that his identity would be exposed. Fortunately, no one in the imperial residence suspected him because of his cautiousness. However, he did not know what the young lord was up to that he had to find out about the secrets of the imperial residence of King Chung. As he thought about it, he walked upstairs and was about to reach his usual seat. His expression suddenly changed, and he was overjoyed as he bowed. Young Lord, Chu Li, who was disguised as Zhuge Tian, was sitting quietly by a table. He leaned against the window and leisurely drank his wine. When he heard the noise, he turned around and looked at Xiao San. Xiao San looked fairer than before. He scoffed and said, "Looks like you're living a good life. Young Lord, you're out of isolated cultivation." Xiao San bowed. Chu Li replied, "Yes, I've traveled all over the Ji dynasty and finally found something. What about you?" Xiao San showed a proud expression. "Don't worry, young lord. I've gained the trust of everyone in the imperial residence of King Chung. As long as it's not the top secret, I'll definitely be able to find out. What would you like to know, young lord?" Chu Li shook his head. "Let's not talk about the imperial residence of King Chung for now. I want to return to the mountain." "Return to the mountain? Then I'll follow you back to the mountain." Xiao San was startled. That's exactly what I wanted." Chapter 1877. Chu Li sat in the middle of the courtyard and used the omniscient mirror to observe the entire Crouching Bull Mountain. The entire Crouching Bull Mountain was quiet, so quiet that it was abnormal. It was not so quiet when he was here before, so he used the omniscient mirror to observe people's minds and looked into Duan Tianya's mind. Through the situation in Duan Tianya's mind, he knew what had happened recently. The arrival of the celestial being and the cultivation of martial arts flourished in Crouching Bull Mountain because the Hill Master gave everyone a goal: to take down Skyward Palace. In the past, they did not think it was a reliable goal. After fighting with Skyward Palace for so many years, they did not have the ability to take down Skyward Palace. However, it was different now. Ever since the young Hill Master promoted the spread of the Crouching Bull insight, everyone gained a lot from it. The better the aptitude, the greater the gain. In just 1 year, they had more than 10 Grandmasters, which was unimaginable in the past. In addition, the appearance of the senior masters from Crouching Bull Mountain boosted the morale of the entire Crouching Bull Mountain. They cultivated even harder, hoping to make great contributions in the battle against Skyward Palace and obtain more Crouching Bull insight. Chu Li put away the omniscient mirror, stood up, and paced with his hands behind his back. The small courtyard was swept clean, and there was not even a speck of dust. Crouching Bull Mountain's climate was warm, the air was fresh, and dust did not rise. Even if it was not cleaned often, there would not be dust for a long time. He paced silently with his hands behind his back as he stepped on the green bricks. He looked up at the sky, and his thoughts were running wild. Zhuge Feng was not in Crouching Bull Mountain, so he was obviously not in the mountain. He observed the minds of everyone in Crouching Bull Mountain, including core elders like Murong Chun and Xia Lian. They knew that Zhuge Feng had gone to the surpassing state and had not returned for a while, so they were not worried about him. After a while, Xiao San quietly returned and tiptoed to Chu Li. "Young lord, the strength of Crouching Bull Mountain has greatly increased. Congratulations." Chu Li shook his head. "It might not be something worth celebrating. Go and call Murong Chun and Xia Lian over." "Yes." Xiao San nodded. Chu Li said, "Don't let anyone see." "Yes." Xiao San nodded and left quietly. A moment later, Murong Chun and Xia Lian strode in. They gave him a fist salute and smiled. "Young lord, you're finally back." Back then, Chu Li had said that he was going into isolated cultivation for 3 months. In the end, 3 months had passed, and another 3 months had passed. They did not know how many 3 months had passed, and they were worried that Zhuge Tian had been killed. Chu Li gave a fist salute and smiled. "Elders, please take a seat." Murong Chuntin and Xia Lian were in high spirits. Their gazes were as sharp as knives. They looked at Chu Li carefully and realized that Chu Li's temperament had changed drastically. He was no longer as feminine as he used to be. He had become bright and strong. The young lord's cultivation level is unfathomable. I'm impressed, Murong Chun praised. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His son, Murong Liang, had an excellent aptitude as well. Ever since he recovered his martial arts, he had improved by leaps and bounds. His usual demeanor would subconsciously reveal a disdainful attitude toward the young lord. He felt that he had surpassed the young lord and could wash away his previous shame. Looking at it now, although Liang had advanced by leaps and bounds, young master had advanced even faster. Chu Li smiled. There were some fortuitous encounters when you were traveling outside. Both of your cultivation levels improved by leaps and bounds. Does this have anything to do with the two seniors who descended from the sky? Yes, they are the founding masters of Crouching Bull Mountain. They have a deeper understanding of the Crouching Bull insight. Our hurdles were easily broken through with just a little guidance from them. How refreshing. Murong Chun nodded. Chu Li said, they're celestials. Both of you know that, right? Of course. Both of them nodded. Xiao Yan said, the young lord has an opinion about celestials. Chu Li said slowly, the celestials don't come with good intentions. They want to train more grandmasters and let these grandmasters die. They will ascend to the grandmaster's boundary to fight against the Azuras. Once they die in the hands of the Azuras, they will completely disappear. Xiao Yan said, it's that dangerous? How can meat pies fall from the sky? Chu Li said lightly. Both of their expressions changed slightly. Crouching Bull Mountain did not interact much with the outside world. In the past year, they had focused more on cultivation. Everyone was excited and worked hard to cultivate without any distractions. Hence, they did not know that the outside world had begun to fall into chaos. Chu Li said, did the Hill Master personally say that we should attack Skyward Palace? Yes, Xiao Yan said in a low voice. Skyward Palace is the knot in our hearts. We must break it so that we can truly be free of worries. Only then can our cultivation levels improve. This is also the Hill Master's idea. Chu Li nodded lightly. Chu Li did not care much about the killings in the martial arts world. The people of the martial arts world fought fiercely. It was their destiny to die by the sword. As long as innocent people were not harmed, he did not want to care. Where's the Hill Master? Chu Li asked. He is in isolation in the surpassing state. Xiao Yan smiled. Young lord, do you want to go take a look? Chu Li said, I have the same idea. Elder Xia, come with me. All right. Xiao Yan nodded. I also want to go to the surpassing state to comprehend and see if I can go to the next level. Congratulations, Brother Xia. Murong Chun smiled. Xiao Yan said, we are still far from the Hill Master and can't compare to the young lord. I am ashamed. Chu Li smiled. He suddenly frowned and looked outside the door. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Chu Li said in a low voice, come in. The door of the courtyard was pushed open and two people walked in slowly. One had yellow eyebrows, a yellow beard, and a yellow face. The other was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. The yellow-faced elder walked at the front with a serious expression. The young man behind him smiled as he looked at Chu Li. Senior. Murong Chun and Xiao Yan quickly stood up and fist saluted. The yellow-faced elder waved his hand. No need. Chu Li stood up and fist saluted. Zhuge Tian greets the two seniors. You are the young lord, Zhuge Tian? The yellow-faced elder asked. I am Zhu Zio. The handsome young man smiled. Qin Zhao, I have heard a lot about the young lord. You are indeed a talented man. Chu Li smiled. Senior Qin, you flatter me. I heard that you have killed many innocent girls, Zhu Zio said in a low voice. Chu Li was stunned. He stopped smiling and his face turned gloomy. The surrounding air seemed to have become colder. Zhu Zio said, even if you were the young lord and opened the inside of Crouching Bull to everyone, it does not offset the evil you have done. Chu Li squinted his eyes and said, Senior Zhu, you mean? You are not fit to be the young lord of Crouching Bull Mountain. Zhu Zio scoffed. You are not fit to be the hill master of Crouching Bull Mountain. Chu Li chuckled. If I am not fit, who could be the hill master? Choose the best, Zhu Zio said coldly. There are many heroes in Crouching Bull Mountain. It is not difficult to choose one to be the Hill Master. Chu Li shook his head. It seems that Senior Zhu is going to be the Grand Hill Master of Crouching Bull Mountain. Don't spout nonsense. I am wholeheartedly working for Crouching Bull Mountain, yet you say such harsh words. You are evil. Zhu Zio frowned. Chu Li said, Crouching Bull Mountain is decided by the Hill Master, not you. Whether I am qualified to be the Hill Master, although you are a senior of Crouching Bull Mountain, you have no right to interfere. Sigh. Murong Chun and Xia Lian looked at each other helplessly. Chapter 1878. The Hill Master had said that Zhuge Tian was not qualified to inherit the Hill Master's position. Later on, everyone pressured the Hill Master and said good things about the young lord. Moreover, the young lord's martial arts skills were better than the Hill Master's, and he could help Crouching Bull Mountain block a disaster. In addition, the young lord promoted the spread of the Crouching Bull insight, which benefited everyone. Hence, no one said anything bad about the young lord. It was a matter of course for the young lord to inherit the Hill Master's position. No one objected to it. Even if they did, they kept their opinions to themselves under the influence of the Crouching Bull insight. Ever since the two elders arrived at Crouching Bull Mountain, they did not show their faces and did not interfere with the affairs of Crouching Bull Mountain. It was as if they were secluded elders who did not care about the affairs of the world. However, if anyone had any difficulties in martial arts, they would give them pointers. They would talk about martial arts for 2 hours every day. All disciples could listen and ask questions. Under their pointers, everyone's martial arts skills improved so quickly. If not many could truly understand the essence of the Crouching Bull insight. After all, not all disciples of Crouching Bull Mountain were geniuses. Therefore, everyone was extremely grateful and respectful towards these two seniors. Even Murong Chun and Xia Lian felt grateful towards them. If the two elders opposed the young lord to inherit the Hill Master's position, the young lord would be in danger. Everyone might not oppose the two elders. The Hill Master was authoritative, and everyone obeyed him. The two elders were not bad either, but the young lord was much worse. Humans were prone to forgetfulness. Even without the young lord, they would not have been able to learn the Crouching Bull insight. However, compared to being able to comprehend the Crouching Bull insight, the two seniors still deserved more credit. It would be fine if there was no conflict between the two, but once there was, their thoughts would lean towards the two seniors who had interacted with them more and helped them more. Chu Li used the omniscient mirror and saw what Murong Chun and Xia Lian were thinking. He furrowed his brows. He did not expect the two celestials to be so powerful. They had unknowingly taken control of Crouching Bull Mountain. No matter what, as long as I'm alive, I will not tolerate someone like you becoming the Hill Master. You'll be the shame of Crouching Bull Mountain. If I don't do anything, I'll be letting down my ancestors. Zhu Zio said. Chu Li shook his head. If you can make the Hill Master change his mind, I have nothing to say. The Hill Master has agreed with me. Zhu Zio smiled. Chu Li smiled. You've harmed the Hill Master, haven't you? You. Zhu Ziyu's expression changed slightly as he shouted. You're too hateful. How can you have such thoughts? Chu Li said calmly. I haven't seen the Hill Master for a long time, and you're even making decisions for the Hill Master. Isn't it because the Hill Master isn't around, or because you're just a figurehead, just a puppet? You. Zhu Zio pointed at Chu Li. His aura surged, and there was a faint light flickering on his body. Chu Li said, Why? Are you angry now that I've hit the nail on the head? As he spoke, he shook his head and said, I came from the outside, so I know what you celestial beings are thinking. You are the seniors of Crouching Bull Mountain. Yet you use Crouching Bull Mountain as a tool to gain merit. How infuriating! Zhu Zio narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Every word you say is sharp. No wonder you can confuse everyone with your conduct. You really have a sharp tongue. Chu Li extended his hand. Seniors, you're not welcome here. Please leave. Young lord. Murong Chun and Xia Lian hurriedly interrupted him. If he really chased the two seniors out, there would really be no turning back. From then on, they would become enemies. That would be a disaster for Crouching Bull Mountain. Originally, The morale was high, and they wanted to attack Skyward Palace. After this incident, the morale would be greatly reduced, and the attack on Skyward Palace would be a failure. Zhu Zio turned around and walked out. He said in a low voice, "I'll ask for everyone's opinion. Do you want to remove your identity as the young lord first?" Qin Zhao followed him and shook his head without saying a word. Ever since they entered the courtyard, Qin Zhao did not say a word. He only smiled and looked at Chu Li, as if he wanted to see through his depth and thoughts. Chu Li, however, was very calm. The life and death scripture and the heavenly demonic power were combined, so he had almost no flaws. Moreover, Qin Zhao had never seen him before. As for his depth, he was also a top-notch master among grandmasters. However, compared to the two celestial beings, he was still a notch lower. Chu Li sneered. "Let's see what everyone has to say." It was impossible to remove his identity as the young lord. Everyone might be hesitant about whether he could become the Hill Master. After all, he had a bad record. However, becoming the young lord was not a problem. After all, the Hill Master was Zhuge Feng. Everyone respected the Hill Master, Zhuge Feng. He was dignified enough to protect Zhuge Tian to become the young lord. "Then let's wait and see." Zhu Zio scoffed and walked away in big strides. Qin Zhao left with him. Chu Li stared at the door with a gloomy face. Murong Chun and Xiao Lian sighed. Xiao Lian frowned. The two elders have indeed overstepped their boundaries. The Hill Master's position is not up to them to decide. He was in favor of Chu Li becoming the Hill Master. Murong Chun sighed. This is inevitable. However, I believe that after they get to know each other and know how great the young lord is, they will change their minds. Xiao Lian glared at him in dissatisfaction. Chu Li said, "Then let's see how they make a fuss. The two elders do not have to participate." This, Xiao Lian frowned. Murong Chun said, "The key is still the Hill Master. As long as the Hill Master can handle it, they will not be able to do anything." "Yes, I will meet him as soon as possible," Chu Li said. "We will depart in 3 days," Xiao Lian said. "I will make some arrangements. We will depart as soon as possible." Chu Li nodded. Bang! As they were talking, the courtyard door was slammed open. Xiao San stumbled into the courtyard. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Xiao San," Chu Li scoffed. He crossed 10 meters in one step and helped him sit up. Chu Li sat behind him on the green brick floor and placed his palms on his back to channel. Spiritual energy was already flowing into him. The cloud-slashing power's inner energy was quickly devouring the celestial palm energy. Xiao San's pale face slowly regained its color. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Young lord," Chu Li scoffed. "Don't talk. Close your eyes and channel." Xiao San could only endure it. He closed his eyes and channeled his inner energy. Murong Chun and Xiao Lian looked at Xiao San in surprise. Xiao San's status was slightly superior. He was originally the Hill Master's wife's personal scribe, and he later served the young lord. Compared to the other disciples of the Crouching Bull Mountain, his relationship with the Hill Master was closer. Even if the others did not care about him, they still had to show him some respect. Up until now, no one had attacked Xiao San. Yet, he was so heavily injured. Chu Li's face was as dark as steel. His green robe fluttered even though there was no wind. After 15 minutes, Chu Li slowly retracted his palms. His face was gloomy. "Young lord, who hurt Xiao San?" Murong Chun and Xiao Lian asked. "I didn't hurt him. I wanted to kill him. If he didn't have an escape skill, he would be dead by now," Chu Li said coldly. "Who has such a deep grudge against Xiao San?" Murong Chun and Xiao Lian were surprised. Chu Li laughed coldly. "Elders, you should have guessed it." Chapter 1879. Who else could it be if not them? Chu Li asked. This. Murong Chun shook his head helplessly. Xiao Lian did not look too pleased. Murong Chun asked, "Did Xiao San do something to anger them?" Chu Li chuckled and looked at Murong Chun sharply. "So, if Xiao San did something wrong, they can kill him?" About that, Murong Chun looked embarrassed. Xiao Lian said, "Young master, let's put this aside for now. We'll talk about it when the Hill Master returns. He felt that the young master could not defeat the two celestials. Chu Li said, "That's good. Elder Xia, Elder Murong, you don't have to waste your time with me. Go on with your work." "We'll take our leave then," Xia Lian said. Both of them left the courtyard. As they walked side by side on the path in the forest, Xia Lian sighed and shook his head. He felt that Crouching Bull Mountain would not be peaceful from now on. He was afraid that there would be a huge commotion. Murong Chun asked, "Brother Xiao, what should we do?" "Of course we'll stand on the young master's side." "Murong, don't be stupid. The two seniors are just seniors and they're celestials. They're not on our side," Xiao Lian said without hesitation. If it weren't for the two seniors, Crouching Bull Mountain would not be so powerful. "We can't be ungrateful, right?" Murong Chun said. "We're grateful to them, but we can't just listen to them, especially when it comes to the removal of the Hill Master. It's only right that the young master takes over after the Hill Master. No one has any objections, but they just had to stick their noses into it." Xiao Lian nodded. "Sure." Murong Chun put a finger to his lips and looked around. He lowered his voice and said, "Brother Xia, lower your voice. What's there to hide?" Xiao Lian scoffed. "I'll say this even in front of the two seniors. Although the young master has done bad things, he's turned over a new leaf. He's wise and powerful. He can definitely strengthen Crouching Bull Mountain, but he's still a bad person." Murong Chun sighed. "If Crouching Bull Mountain grows stronger in the future, it'll become a laughing stock. We won't be able to hold our heads up high. At the end of the day, it's still you, Murong, who doesn't want the young lord to ascend the throne." Xiao Lian said coldly. Murong Chun said, "I think it's a good thing for the young lord to inherit the throne. Even if he doesn't inherit the throne, there are still benefits to it. In short, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's not as naive as you, Brother Xia. You're too ambitious." Xiao Lian laughed coldly. "But don't worry. No matter what, even if the young master doesn't ascend to the throne, Murong Liang won't have a chance." "You?" Murong Chun's expression changed drastically. He glared at him angrily. "Don't go overboard with your words." "I'm not going overboard at all," Xiao Lian sneered. "Do you dare to say that you don't have such thoughts?" "I can't be bothered to talk to you." Murong Chun turned around and left. Xiao Lian stood where he was as he watched Murong Chun leave. He shook his head. Murong Chun was a very talented man, but he was also very selfish. It really made people feel helpless. As soon as he returned home, his daughter, Xiao Wei, ran over. "Dad, who are you angry with?" Her graceful figure was wrapped in a pink robe, and the pink color made her beautiful face look as fair as jade, making her even more charming. Xiao Lian shook his head and smiled. "It's that old man, Murong. Are you going out to play today?" Xiao Wei said, "Duan Tianya and the others are going to compete. I'm going to watch." Go ahead." Xiao Lian nodded. "But you can go and see the young lord." "Young lord?" Xiao Wei was stunned. She immediately reacted. "The young lord has returned to the mountain?" "He just returned," Xiao Lian replied. Xiao Wei scoffed. "Why didn't you tell us that you're back? You're sneaking around. The young lord has his own difficulties." Xiao Lian shook his head and sighed. "It's better if you don't know about these things." "Has the young lord's martial arts improved?" Xiao Wei puffed out her chest. "Our martial arts have improved by leaps and bounds. It can't be that we've surpassed the young lord, right?" Xiao Lian shook his head and laughed. He waved his hand and said, "Go on, go on." Xiao Wei wrinkled her nose. She was very displeased with Xiao Lian's attitude. It was as if what she said was ridiculous. All of them had improved by leaps and bounds. Their abilities had increased to an unbelievable level. No matter how strong the young lord was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than them. They had the guidance of a master and the Crouching Bull insight. The young lord, on the other hand, had isolated himself to explore. This gave her the confidence to surpass the Zhuge Tian that Chu Li disguised as. Xiao Lian turned and left the courtyard. He was going to the basilica to make arrangements for his departure. Xiao Wei stood at the door and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she did not look for Chu Li directly. Instead, she went to a small forest. The small forest was located halfway up the mountain. It was lush, and there were no small paths. Xiao Wei used her light body technique to glide over the treetops. After 200 meters, she landed lightly. It was a spacious and flat martial arts field surrounded by lush trees. It was extremely secluded. There were 3 young men practicing on the field. When they performed the crouching bull punch, shadows flashed, and a green bull could be vaguely seen flashing within. The most handsome of the 3 punches was the most solid. The green bull looked no different from a real one, except that it was 1 size smaller. The 3 of them stopped when they saw Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei came to them and said, "The young lord has returned to the mountain." The 3 of them were shocked. The most handsome young man said in a low voice, "Humph, he finally returned to the mountain." Xiao Wei said, "Murong Liang, do you want to challenge him?" "Of course." Murong Liang gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "I must defeat him." Xiao Wei said, "Looking at my father's expression, the young lord's martial arts must be very high. If you fight him again, aren't you afraid that he will cripple you again?" "What's there to be afraid of?" Murong Liang scoffed. "Cultivating martial arts again is not necessarily a bad thing. After I started cultivating again, my foundation became stronger. That's why I improved so quickly. You guys could do the same." He was sure that Chuli would not kill him. At most, he would cripple his martial arts. As long as he did not go overboard, his martial arts would not be crippled. Xiao Wei had a look of approval on her face. "That's a real man. All right, let's go and meet him." Chu Daji and Zhou Heng nodded vigorously. They were eager to try. The 4 of them glided through the small forest and arrived outside Chu Li's courtyard. Just as they were about to knock, the door suddenly opened. Chu Li's voice came from inside. "Come in." The 4 of them frowned and looked at each other. They did not sense anyone in the courtyard. They only knocked with the intention of giving it a try. They did not think that there would really be someone. After trying, they knew that their cultivation level was still not as high as the young lord's. This made them extremely dissatisfied. They felt that they had already reached an unbelievable level of advancement. It was impossible for anyone to be faster than them. They entered the courtyard with their heads held high and saw Chu Li sitting in the pagoda drinking tea. He raised his head and looked at them casually. Chu Li's gaze swept across the 5 of them. They felt as if their internal organs were being penetrated by his gaze. He could see everything about them. Chu Li retracted his gaze and said lightly, "Everyone, how have you been? When did the young lord return?" Xiao Wei scoffed. She realized that the young lord's temperament was becoming more and more dignified. He was more and more like a hill master. She felt an inexplicable sense of pressure when she stood in front of him. This made her very angry. Her clear eyes revealed a hint of provocation. Chu Li said, "I just returned. Do you want to compete with me?" "Yes." Xiao Wei scoffed. "I want to see what the young lord has gained from your isolated cultivation." Chapter 1880. The 4 of them were furious. Although they knew that they were no match for Zhuge Tian and that their cultivation level was slightly lower, they still had to try. The crouching bull power was extraordinary, and it was not impossible for them to defeat someone stronger than them. They must have a deeper understanding of the crouching bull insight than Zhuge Tian. They had the guidance of the masters from Crouching Bull Mountain, so they had a deeper understanding of the crouching bull insight. On the other hand, young Lord Zhuge Tian was cultivating alone. No matter how talented he was, he could not compare to the masters from Crouching Bull Mountain. Hence, the outcome of the battle was still unknown. However, the young lord looked down on them. It was intolerable. They clenched their fists and stared at Chu Li in dissatisfaction. Chu Li chuckled. "Why don't we go one by one?" "I'll do it." Murong Liang scoffed. Chu Li looked him up and down. "If you can take 1 strike from me, you win. Watch my fist." Murong Liang roared and used the crouching bull fist. A clear and realistic shadow of a green cow shot towards Chu Li. A cold gleam flashed across Chu Li's waist. The sword pierced through the green bull shadow and arrived in front of Murong Liang at an even faster speed. Murong Liang wanted to dodge the attack. He screamed desperately in his mind, unwilling to let the tip of the sword pierce him. Unfortunately, his body froze involuntarily as he watched the tip of the sword coming towards him. The tip of Chu Li's sword stopped in front of his throat and returned to its scabbard. A small red dot appeared on Murong Liang's throat. It quickly spread, and a drop of blood gushed out. However, it was only one drop of blood. Chu Li looked at him calmly, without saying a word. Murong Liang's face turned red as he stared at Chu Li. "What sword technique is that?" "Cloud slashing divine sword," Chu Li said. "Do you want to continue?" "No need. I'm no match for you." Murong Liang scoffed. He was angry, but he felt guilty. He was afraid that Chu Li would cripple his martial arts again. If Chu Li dared to cripple him once, would he dare to do it again? As for the fact that crippling one's martial arts and cultivating again would strengthen one's foundation, it was all for the sake of others. In fact, if one were to cripple one's martial arts and cultivate again, it would be torturous and extremely painful. Chu Li glanced at the other three and finally stopped at Xiao Wei. "Do you want to come?" "No need. I'm no match for you." Xiao Wei rolled her eyes at him. Even though her martial arts were not as good as Chu Li's, she did not show any signs of fear and did not give him a good look. Chu Li looked at Chu Daji and Zhou Hang. "What about you two? Do you want to give it a try? How about the two of us attack together, young master?" Chu Daji said. Chu Li nodded. "Come." Chu Daji and Zhou Hang looked at each other for a moment before pouncing towards Chu Li. They used their crouching bull punch from both sides at lightning speed. Chu Li shook his head and swung his sword lightly. Chi-chi. With a light whistling sound, the two fist shadows disappeared without a trace. Chu Daji and Zhou Hang gritted their teeth and suddenly waved their fists. Suddenly, the shadow of a green bull appeared between their fists. The two green bulls merged together in the air and shrunk before disappearing without a trace. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and revealed a satisfied expression. His sword flashed like water, and a green bull the size of a kitten appeared in the void. Then, it burst like a bubble and disappeared without a trace. Chu Li said calmly, "Forget it. It's useless. Don't waste your energy." Chu Daji and Zhou Hang sighed and helplessly let go of their hands. They closed fists saluted. "Young master is brilliant," Chu Li said. "Is this the crouching bull insight that you cultivated? How disappointing." "Young master's crouching bull insight is stronger than ours?" Murong Liang was unconvinced. "Young master's swordsmanship is powerful and we can't compare, but the crouching bull insight might not be the same. Looks like you guys are really not convinced." Chu Li shook his head and suddenly punched out. "Moo!" The sound of a bull's roar echoed in the air. Then, a huge and strong green bull appeared in front of them. It was a few times bigger than a real green bull and looked like a giant elephant. The green bull's eyes shone brightly, as if it was alive and had spiritual intelligence. This made them widen their eyes in disbelief. Bang! Wherever the green bull passed, two white marks appeared on the ground. It crashed into the south wall, and a large part of the wall collapsed. Xiao Wei and the other three widened their eyes. Chu Li retracted his fist and shook his head. "This wall has been in disrepair for a long time. It was renovated last month." Xiao Wei scoffed. She regained her composure and rolled her eyes at Chu Li. "Young master, how did you cultivate the crouching bull insight to this level?" Chu Li said, "Cultivating martial arts requires hard work, but talent and comprehension are more important." The four of them looked helpless. What he meant was that they did not have enough comprehension, so they could not cultivate to this level. Chu Li continued, "The crouching bull insight still needs to be understood by oneself. Others' guidance is like scratching an itch through a shoe. It's not that useful." If he had said this before the battle, they would definitely have scoffed at him, thinking that he was jealous of the respect the crowd had for the two seniors. But now, they had no choice but to believe him. He had never received any guidance, and had relied entirely on his own comprehension to train to this level. Chu Li said, "What do you think of the two seniors?" "Of course they deserve everyone's respect." Chu Daji smiled. "The two seniors don't want anything but to strengthen the crouching bull mountain." "How admirable." Morong Liang shook his head disapprovingly and smirked. Chu Li said, "How naive. Morong Liang, what do you think?" Well, it's hard to say. Morong Liang did not want to be the first to stand out. He did not believe that there were people who wholeheartedly cared about the public. There must be a reason why they helped the Crouching Bull Mountain. It was just that no one knew about it. Chu Li said lightly, "They're celestial beings. You should open your ears and listen to the sounds outside. See what those celestial beings are doing. Please enlighten us, young master." Zhou Hang closed fist saluted. Chu Li shook his head. "You may not believe what I say. It's better for you to ask around. If there's nothing else, you can continue cultivating." Xiao Wei pursed her bright red lips and glared at him before turning to leave. The other three quickly followed her out of the courtyard. Xiao Wei left the courtyard and suddenly stopped. She turned to stare at the door and stomped her feet angrily. Junior sister Xia, although the young master is as arrogant as ever, his cultivation level is unfathomable. In my opinion, he might not be inferior to the two seniors, Zhou Hang said. Xiao Wei scoffed. "What does his cultivation level have to do with me? I'm going back first." She turned and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhou Hang looked at Chu Daji and Murong Liang in confusion. Murong Liang scoffed. "Junior sister Xia has high standards. Let's go and cultivate." After being defeated by Chu Li, they did not feel discouraged. Instead, they were in high spirits and wanted to cultivate even harder. They thought to themselves that they did not have the young master's comprehension. It was better for them to cultivate harder. As long as they put in the effort, their cultivation level would definitely increase, and their comprehension would come naturally. It was a stupid idea, but it was also a good one. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. If he could convince them, it would be easier to convince the others in the future. Once they were convinced, it would be easier for him to control the Crouching Bull Mountain. He disappeared in a flash and appeared on the island of the High Duke's public house. He went straight to the forest at the corner of the island and saw 3 blood dragon trees standing proudly. There was no other vegetation within 10 meters of them. It was barren, making the 3 trees look lonely. Chapter 1881. Out of the 3 blood dragon trees, only one was the most vigorous while the other 2 were sickly and lacked vitality. He shook his head. The blood dragon trees were unusually overbearing and devoured all the spiritual energy around them. Even their own kind were no exception, as they insisted on devouring each other. Even though he had taken precautions and kept the 3 blood dragon trees far away from each other, he still could not stop their repulsion. Like repelled each other and did not allow the other to live. They all wanted to devour each other. In the end, the tree in the middle was the most vigorous, while the 2 beside it were not. It was as if the one that was attacked from both sides had won, but the 2 that joined forces had lost. It was really illogical. Chu Li took a closer look. The one in the middle was a living branch that he had obtained. The other 2 were withered branches. Later on, he used the life and death scripture to reverse life and death and revive them. In the end, they still could not compete with the first one. He sighed. Could it be that it was impossible to defy fate and that life and death were fated? Shui Ling fluttered over. "Young master, what's up with these 2 trees? I've tried my best, but I still can't make them flourish." Chu Li said, "The 3 trees are fighting and the winner has been decided. Now should we separate them?" Shui Ling asked. She had encountered such overbearing spirit herbs before and did not allow their own kind to grow. Chu Li nodded. "Plant them on the 3 sides of the island. Apart from the south, plant one of each on the east, west, and north sides." "Yes." Shui Ling nodded and immediately began to work. Chu Li helped. After separating the 3 blood dragon trees, Chu Li sat on the small island and began to channel spiritual energy. He used the life and death scripture to stimulate the life and death of the 3 blood dragon trees and many soaring grass to speed up the passage of time. The blood dragon fruit began to grow bit by bit, but its color did not change. It was still greenish-black and inconspicuous. Just by looking at it, it was hard to imagine that it was so amazing. He worked without rest for a day and then returned to the small courtyard on Crouching Bull Mountain. As long as the blood dragon fruit was ready, he would be able to start his own plan to nurture a large number of grandmasters. From then on, he would be able to free himself and cultivate in isolation. The Heavenly Star Insight Technique and the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture both required time to cultivate diligently. This was especially so for the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. Forming the Chakravarti Pagoda in one's body required a large amount of time. It was not something that could be formed in a short period of time. One could not be lazy about it, nor could one rely on one's comprehension to make up for it. One could only put in effort bit by bit and pour their blood into it. If he had to do everything himself, how would he have the time to improve himself? There would be endless troubles that he could not handle. How would he have the time to cultivate? He would always be surpassed by others. When that time came, it would be too late for him to cry. Being humiliated and bullied was secondary, and he might not even be able to protect Xiao Qi and the others. At dawn, not long after Chu Li returned to the courtyard, Huang Tao, Duan Tianya, and the others came over to ask Chu Li for advice on martial arts. Chu Li understood that they must have found out about Murong Liang and the others' defeat. Hence, he did not hesitate to defeat everyone with a single move. No one was able to last more than a single move. Their expressions were ugly and somewhat ashamed. Many people once thought that they had already surpassed Zhuge Tian. They thought that with their own abilities, it was very possible that they could surpass Zhuge Tian. The effect of Zhuge Tian's isolation was definitely not as good as the effect of guidance from Master. However, reality slapped them hard in the face and made them understand that geniuses were geniuses and could not be judged by common sense. Chu Li looked at them. Most of them looked dejected. It was obvious that they all wanted to surpass him. It was normal for young people to have such thoughts. They were arrogant and would not submit to others. However, these young people were the cream of the crop in the mountain. Almost all of the newly promoted grandmasters were included. The remaining 2 or 3 newly promoted grandmasters were old men who were almost 100 years old. They were originally hopeless, but because of the guidance from the Celestial, they became grandmasters. These grandmasters were extremely grateful to the 2 Celestials. They were definitely on their side. Chu Li did not think about fighting for them. As long as he could pull these young people to his side and make them part of his force, it would be enough. Becoming the Hill Master was the most important step. Bang! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. Xiao San staggered into the courtyard. He fell heavily on the ground and could not get up. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Chu Li's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He took a step forward and stood in front of Xiao San. He quickly slapped his body a few times and then helped him up to sit on the green brick floor. Chu Li then sat cross-legged behind Xiao San and began channeling to heal his wounds. Duan Tianya and the others curiously gathered around. They were also curious about who dared to hurt Xiao San. This was no different from slapping the young lord's face or even the Hill Master's face. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Li let go of his palms and let out a long breath. The white fog formed from the foul air did not dissipate. It was like a white waterfall that shot far away and rebounded when it landed on the ground. "Young lord?" Duan Tianya asked. Chu Li said in a low voice. It was done by the 2 Celestials of Crouching Bull Mountain. How is this possible? Duan Tianya and the others were shocked. In their eyes, these 2 seniors were extremely kind. They almost never lost their temper. How could they injure Xiao San so badly? It seemed like not only did they injure him, but they also wanted to take his life. Chu Li replied calmly, "Why not? They see me as a thorn in their side and want to cripple me, the young master. Xiao San is my scribe, so beating him up is the same as beating me up. It's also a show of authority and a way for me to retreat." "Young lord," Duan Tianya hesitated. Chu Li waved his hand. "Forget it. You don't have to get involved in this matter. Go ahead." "Young lord, we are indebted to these 2 seniors." Duan Tianya thought about it and said, "It's not good to say anything." Chu Li nodded and said lightly, "You don't have to do anything." Duan Tianya and the others sighed in relief. Chu Li raised his voice and shouted, Zhu Zio, Qin Zhao, how dare you hurt my scribe? Do you think I'm easy to bully? His voice was like a bronze bell that echoed in the sky above Crouching Bull Mountain. It was clearly heard by everyone. The people of Crouching Bull Mountain were shocked. They did not expect the young lord to have a conflict with the two seniors as soon as he returned. It was probably going to be a fight between a dragon and a tiger. Zhuge Tian, how dare you? Zhu Zio's shout was heard. Zhu Zio and Qin Zhao turned into two rays of light and flew across the sky. They appeared in Chu Li's courtyard. They stood in the sky and saw a group of young men following Chu Li. They were all grandmasters. They could not help but feel gloomy. Could it be that Zhuge Tian had already recruited these young disciples? These young disciples were all heroes. They were grandmasters, and this was their merit. Now, they were crowding around Zhuge Tian. They felt betrayed. Their cold gazes swept across Duan Tianya and the others. Almost 30 young men looked uncomfortable, and closed fists saluted them. Zhu Zio's yellow face cleared up. He knew that they did not completely betray him. They were still grateful for his guidance. Chu Li unsheathed his sword and turned into a ray of light that shot towards Zhu Zio. The light of the sword reached Zhu Zio's chest in an instant. Zhu Zio wanted to dodge, but he realized that he could not move. Chu Li's sword was too fast. His eyes were fooled by the light of the sword. It was beyond imagination. It was too late for him to dodge. The tip of the sword pierced his chest. Zhu Zio's expression did not change. Even if it really pierced him, it was rare for a mortal's sword to hurt a celestial. It could not hurt him at all. Unless it was a strange treasure sword or a strange technique, such as heaven-killing sword or heaven-killing scripture. TSS. The tip of the sword appeared from his back. Stop! Qin Zhao's expression changed. He thought the same as Zhu Zio. He thought that it would be fine even if the tip of the sword pierced him. However, he did not expect Chu Li's sword to be so strange. The strong body of Celestial was not affected at all by the sword and was pierced directly. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.